All right. Let's go ahead and get going for tonight. Let's see here. We need to get some Sherlock going tonight. There. All right. On with the show. Sherlock versus Jack the Ripper. I think we have an investigation that we are in the middle of. Or did we just finish it? I don't remember. Let's find out. Oh, right. We got this thing we were looking at. Okay. That's right. We stopped right here. What could have been the possible motives of the crime? All right, I don't know how this works quite yet. I'm going to start fiddling with things. Okay, so these are different. I guess we're going to try to match these with these. All right. Real quick, though, I wonder. So we got lots of pins. Okay. Let me look at the inventory real quick. Right, so we're going to be stringing this together. Okay. So we have the victim suffered horrible mutilations. Credible motive, even if it's a field Sherlock doesn't know. The victim was an occasional prostitute without family or ties. The victim lived in misery. Resentment can lead to irreparable acts. So, resentment sounds like it probably fits revenge.
Revenge, Holmes?
Revenge could be a possible motive, but with one small reservation. We have reason to believe that the victim considered her murderer to be a typical client.
Okay. The victim lived in misery. So I don't think it would be theft. Right? We can put it here.
Theft, perhaps.
I have a hard time believing that someone would attack poor Polly so fiercely just to rob her of a few coins.
Right. So that's a reason for no. Let's see, what could have been the possible motives? Okay. I assume Sherlock doesn't know much about black magic? Thor's Paw, what's going on?
Black magic?
I'm not terribly interested in the occult or black magic. Let's give the benefit of the doubt to this motive.
We'll say madness here.
Homicidal insanity, Holmes.
It is indubitable that the man who did this to Polly Nichols is not of his full senses.
Right. I guess this one's love, then?
A personal drama.
Love can certainly lead to many a drama, but we have to consider the fact that the victim didn't know her attacker.
Okay, and then we would have to set these. I'm not sure. Can we unpin them? We can unpin them.
Revenge could be a possible motive, but with one small reservation. We have
I'm not sure. Brussel, Kiba, everybody, what's going on? Hello. We are working through this. I guess it could be possible. It can't be theft. That doesn't make any sense at all.
elementary.
There we go.
Very well, Watson. I think that we've exhausted the topic. Take a rest and we'll speak again later.
Okay, so we've got what? Madness, black magic,
it would seem that the
and
investigation
revenge.
is advancing, Holmes. Yesterday's Star said that a
How's everybody
suspect
doing
is
tonight?
in the hands of the police, a man with a rather sinister reputation.
I was about to join you in your optimistic outlook until you informed me that the good news came from the press, Watson.
But surely they wouldn't invent the fact that the police are holding a suspect, or the acts that are attributed to him.
You will have an exact answer to these two questions in less than 50 seconds, Watson.
Pardon?
Enter, Inspector.
Good day.
Watching some
Dear
fun
Watson,
YouTube
I'd
drama.
like to
Oh
introduce
dear.
Inspector Aberline, Inspector Dr. Watson.
Inspector?
To what do we owe the honour of your presence, Inspector?
I heard that the two of you made your way to Whitechapel a few days ago. Your arrival, you are aware, coincides with a very serious affair which our police service is going to great lengths to solve and which is creating strong tensions in the area.
Pardon me, but haven't you arrested someone? A certain Leather Apron?
Absolutely not. The man who hides behind this name is indeed being actively searched for by the force. Besides, nothing at the moment suggests that he is the Bucks Row murderer.
There, you've been enlightened, Watson. Now it is our turn to answer Inspector Aberline's questions.
Indeed. I will be brief and precise. Do you intend to investigate this case, or have you already started?
It is to be of service to a friend that I went to Whitechapel. We did, out of curiosity, familiarize ourselves with the preliminary reports, and we made our way to the scene of the crime. Our conclusions are slim, as are the clues. Having not been officially appointed by a client, I believe that my intervention in this business will end there.
Very well. To be frank, you take the weight off my shoulders by distancing yourself from the case.
Really?
Our image isn't very good, to say nothing of what the press puts us through. Thus, if overnight they found out that you were on the case, people would turn against us.
And they would pester me, overwhelm me, and finally make me out to be responsible for the inevitable failure such a scenario entails. Neither you nor I wish for this to happen. I know that your time is precious, Inspector. I will send you a note regarding my conclusions shortly.
With pleasure. Gentlemen?
Do you think that he will find the murderer?
The chances are slim to non-existent. It is 7 days now, short of a confession from the murderer himself.
And you will not go further?
You heard the Inspector, Watson. My presence in Whitechapel would hinder, which doesn't mean that we will drop the case.
How is that?
The Inspector spoke of me, but not of us. It is you, Watson, who will lead the investigation tonight. It is
Right.
you who will bring to the police station the little note that I will write regarding our conclusions. Despite the late
Yeah.
hour, there is nothing to stop you from making inquiries about this famous leather apron while you are there.
Of course. Dr. Watson. All right. Leather aprons. This is the news article that Watson was reading. More about his career, his latest movements in the borough. Sense of fear which the murder of the unfortunate woman Nichols has thrown over the neighborhood, especially over her companion, shows no sign of decreasing. Number of the street wanderers are in the nightly terror of Leather Apron. One of our reporters visited one of the single women's lodging houses last night. It is in Thrall Street, one of the darkest and most terrible looking spots in Whitechapel. The house keeps open till 1 o'clock in the morning, reopens again at 5. Excuse me. In the house, nightly, are 66 women who get their bed for 4D. The proprietor of the place, who is also owner. Yeah. Oh no, it definitely is. They've said that for a while. proprietor of the place, also owner of several other houses with similar character in the neighborhood, told some gruesome stories of the man who has now come to be regarded as the terror of the East End. Night after night, he said, had women come in a fainting condition after being knocked about by Leather Apron. He himself would never be out in the neighborhood after 12 o'clock at night except with a loaded revolver. The terror, he said, would go to a public house or coffee room, peep in through a window to see if a particular woman was there. He would then vanish, lying in wait for his victim at some convenient corner, hidden from the view of everybody. The police are making efforts to arrest him, but he constantly changes his quarters. Some of the unfortunate women state that he is now in one of the low slums in the borough. One of them said she saw him crossing London Bridge as stealthily as usual, with head bent, skimpy coat turned up about his ears, and looking as if he were in a desperate hurry. The hunt for Leather Apron began in earnest last evening. Constables 43 173J Division, into whose hands Leather Apron fell on Sunday afternoon, were detailed to accompany Detective Enright of the J Division in a search through all the quarters where the crazy Jew was likely to be. Wow. Okay. If you say so. They began at 10:30 in Church Street, in Storeditch, rumor having located the suspected man there. I don't know how they figured that out, apparently. They were went through lodging houses, into pubs, down side streets, threw their bull's eyes into every shadow, and searched the quarter thoroughly, but without result. The hunt continued. Later down in the Brick Lane neighborhood, Florentine Lane being Leather Apron's preferred lodging place. I know, right? Yep. Let's see. Preferred lodging place lately. He was not found here, however, and the search, which then took the direction of the London hospital, resulted in nothing. It is the general belief the man has left the district. The clue furnished by the woman who denounced the man on Sunday, very unfortunate one. Her offer to prove by two women that Leather Apron was seen walking with the murdered woman in Baker's Row at 2 o'clock last Friday morning. It's the most direct bit of evidence that has yet appeared. His conduct on Sunday was as usual. Never answers a question when it is put to him. Only speaks under strong compulsion. Mike Blank, grocer in George's Yard, dwelt a long time last evening on this peculiarity. He knows Leather Apron very well and has known him for 6 years. He says that the man is unquestionably mad. That anybody who met him face to face would know it. That his eyes are never still, but are always shifting uneasily, and he never looks anybody in the eye. Leather Apron used to live in the lodging house around the corner from the grocery. Was turned out of there some months ago with an order not to return. Lodging house is a few doors below the model doorway, which the Turner woman was found with 39 stabs. Right. Well, let's see. We'll look around our house first before we head out. See if there's anything new to interact with. Yeah, I know the door. We talked to Holmes.
What? You still haven't left for Whitechapel, Watson?
Nope. I'm busy snooping around my own house. See if there's anything else we want to interact with. Okay. Don't you wanna take a gun or something with you? All right, I guess we're good. Watson hasn't played RPG. All right, let's see. Whoops, wrong key. I want this. Okay. I just want to see if there's anything else we want to look at here. Okay. Map. Probably the boarding house. NPCs, for some reason, not lock their doors to video games. This is true. This is true. I'd assume we're going to
well, if I follow Holmes's instructions, then to begin my investigation into this leather apron, I must first head to the police station.
Oh, okay. To the police station, then. Pokemon Sun and Moon, you're able to sleep in anybody's bed. I didn't know that. That's true with a lot of RPGs, though. Just wherever. Alright, let's head over to the police station here. Interesting. I think Sprint is on a toggle. I didn't realize that.
Good evening, sir. What do you... I know you. You were here last week with Sherlock Holmes.
Indeed. I have come to bring a message from Sherlock Holmes for Inspector Aberline.
Very well, I will pass it on. But come to think of it, someone was asking about you recently. Finley, the caretaker of some shady boarding house nearby. Does that mean anything to you?
Ah, perhaps.
Let's ask about Leather Apron. I'm the hero to save this world, but I have to buy items from your shop. That's right.
Actually, I read in the Star
And steal
that
stuff.
you have arrested a suspect called Leather Apron.
You shouldn't believe what you read in that rag, sir. The man is being hunted, but we have yet to get our hands on him, and we aren't close to it either.
Why ever not?
Bah, he's a specialist in the streetwalker racket. These girls make pitiful witnesses, and we don't inspire confidence. Furthermore, the man seems to be pretty discreet lately. Someone must be helping to hide him.
How to get on his trail, then?
One of these girls would have to confide in us and give a valid description of the man. Then we'd ask around the journeymen, who use aprons, I imagine.
Well, goodbye. I must go to Finley's boarding house.
Yep.
I must go to Finley's boarding house.
Oh, hello.
Good evening, Finley.
Oh, good evening, sir. Aren't you the gentleman who was with the great detective the other time?
That is indeed
Oh, yeah?
me, Dr. Watson.
I don't know the details on Jack the Ripper that well. I've seen several things off and on, but I'll be honest, I don't remember a lot of it.
Tell me, Finley, I was told that you were looking for us at the police station.
Indeed, I wanted to thank you for last time, you know. That vagrant has never set foot round mine again. I even found a tenant, one who pays his rent, I mean.
Oh, really?
You don't seem very happy, but you were lucky to have found a good tenant so quickly.
It's just that this man is very strange. He
Oh.
paid several days in advance and I gave him a key to the place. Since then, he goes out every night and returns at ungodly hours. I'm sure he goes to visit the ladies, but still, every night. And when he moved in, something must have broken in his case and stank up the stairs in his room for 2 days. I think it was a jar. It must be over there.
Okay.
Tell me, have you heard talk of Leather Apron?
By the papers, that's all. This man seems very sinister.
Do you know any journeymen who use this type of apron?
The slaughterhouse butchers, I believe, but
True that.
definitely the cobblers. I know one, old Isaac Solomonovich.
Everybody knows him.
His workshop is on a small street.
Oh,
in the
you were with
Jewish
Sherlock.
community across from the hospital. He's a good man. He can help you. But you know, the people there are very close and don't share much with non-Jews.
Okay.
Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
Well, considering somebody used the word crazy to describe, I can imagine the community's not real fond of, people not already part of the community. Did Walt Disney write this?
This
Nice.
odour is very strong indeed, but the whole neighbourhood as such has a dreadful stench. Finley might have an idea as to what this jar that contained.
Okay. Oh,
What
good.
do you want, Doctor?
Here, smell my
Right,
finger.
The pieces of the jar that your tenant broke do give off a strange smell.
It's true. That's quite normal given his trade.
Yes, and what would the trade be of your strange tenant?
A doctor, like yourself, I believe. Dr. Tumblety, a foreigner. Canadian, perhaps.
Dr. Tumblety. It might be interesting to know more about him.
All right, you say Jack the Ripper is an unidentified serial killer. Yep. Largely impoverished areas in and around Whitechapel District, London, 1888. Criminal case files and contemporary journalistic accounts was called the Whitechapel Murderer and Leather Apron. Yeah, I never heard about the Leather Apron.
Thank you, Finley.
At your
Yeah.
service, sir.
Well, then are we going to go investigate Tumbletee's place? No, we're not going to... Glass shards. Wait a minute. What do they want me to do then? I figured they wanted me to go... Figured Watson wanted to go talk to Tumbletee. Maybe he's at the clinic. If you were a doctor, that's where you would probably be, right?
What do you want, Doctor?
I don't think you got any more information about the
You
tenant.
don't seem very happy.
It's just that... And when he moved in, something must have broken
Well, we
in
got
his
that.
case and stank up the stairs in his room for 2 days. I think it was a jar. It must be over there.
Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
Let me read through this again. Maybe we're going to go over there first. For a minute, I figured we were going to go check out... Know more about him. Okay. Well... Who knows, might be solved in a few years, like the Zodiac Killer. Yeah? Evidence will be found when they drain that holding pond in Florida? What? Lucy's lodgings. Let's go to the clinic. I don't think I get the joke. It's alright, though. Let's see. There's the clinic, and then there's supposed to be a place across the street. Contaminated pond? Some say went...
Whitechapel Street.
Some say Jack the Ripper actually went to the United States, huh? Do we got another place across here? I know we got the doctor. Or, sorry, the clinic. I guess we'll have to try the clinic. We'll try the clinic. See if there's any information.
Good evening, Doctor. My name is Dr. Watson. Pleased to meet you.
Doctor?
Good evening.
Doctor?
I am Dr. Gibbons. Likewise.
Pond is a terrible thing going on in Florida, huh? No, no worries. I don't think we've heard about it, that's all. Alright, what do we, what is our lead here? I figured we'd go to the... doctor, you know, to the clinic and talk to the doctor and see if he's heard of Tumbletee. Considering the boarding house isn't giving me any information.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
Nothing. Apparently nothing. Okay, what are we supposed to be doing then? I'm confused. Dialogues, documents, notes. That's the Bucks Row stuff. Never mind. No, I need to go back. Oh, that'll work. Do we have anything new here we need to work on? Doesn't look like it. No, that's fine. Believe it is slightly radioactive. They mentioned that early on, but didn't say anymore. Wow. They don't say that anymore. Huh. It's a new Mortal Kombat movie. Yes. We've done deductions. We're fine with deductions. Alright, how do I escape? Yeah, I guess we use that menu. Let's see. Glass shards. That's all I got right now. The doctor says nothing. Where do they want us to go? What is our play here? They said across from the hospital. Slaughterhouse butchers. Definitely. Cobblers. Use the apron. Making fertilizer and it's leaking. To avoid it going into the drinking water. They're dumping it in Tampa Bay. For the conspiracy theories, they banned flights in the area and no drones. Interesting. Huh. Well, we can ask Hi about that when we see him. I'm sure he'll have some information, or at least have heard about it. Alright, you know one? Isaac Salamnovich, his workshop is on a small street in the Jewish community across from the hospital. So that must be who we're looking for at the moment. It's the only thing we haven't really checked on. And he's not giving me any information on Dr. Tumblety. Healer's in PTR for Adventure Quest, huh? Nice. Okay. So somewhere near here. Probably just farther down the street this way. Clinic's on that side, so we want to go this way. Yeah, these have been pretty good. Ah, here we go. Slomnovich. Shoe repair. Yeah. Perfect.
Closed. I will return later. The policeman said the street girls would know something about the leather apron. Maybe I should go and see Lucy.
He does like Lucy. People say some of my conditions actually happened from the water back in my old town. Oh, dude. Wow. Alright. Let's see. Lucy.
Oh, it's you. I'm coming. Dr. Watson, how are you?
Well, and yourself? And how's your uncle?
Oh, he sleeps a lot, but he doesn't seem to be suffering. Your medicine has worked wonders. Thank you again.
It was the least I could do. I have come to see you about a certain leather apron. Have you heard of him?
Oh, yes, of course. Terrible things are said about that man.
Have you ever come across him?
Goodness gracious, no. But I know that he has threatened and taken many girls in my situation. I don't know what more I can say, but Bella would be able to tell you some.
Bella, huh?
Who is Bella?
Bella Pullman. She's the landlady of the place where I could take you there if you like.
Please do.
It's me. It's Lucy. This gentleman would like to speak to Bella. It's the doctor who helped me. I must leave to return to my uncle. Thanks again.
Okay. So now we have another little alley here. Yeah.
You're in a rush, my pretty? Come, I'll have you done so quickly you'll only have time to pay.
Getting straight to business. Hi there, Buster Brown.
Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
Nice hat.
Can I get a refill, please?
If you'd be patient, Madame Bella will arrive in a moment.
Good evening. I am Dr. Watson. It is young Lucy who told me to come see you.
Ah, so you're the Good Samaritan who saved her uncle without asking for anything in return. And now you've come to see me, no doubt, to explain that the poor little thing doesn't belong here, and you will see to her future. Well, if you expect me to let her leave with you...
It's not that, Ma'am. You should know I am a married man.
And why should that matter?
Right.
I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The reason that Lucy sent me here is that you may be able to give me some information about Leather Apron.
Are you a doctor or a constable?
I am most certainly a doctor, but I am acting in this matter in a private capacity, and I would like to find this man.
Well, if you're able to rid us of him, I'll give you a week's worth of free passes.
Yeah.
That man is a thorn in our sides. He spies on the girls in the streets and watches them inside the houses, spying through the windows. And as soon as they're finished with a client, he jumps on them without any warning and forces them to give him their money. I've never seen him, but one of my girls was attacked by this man, and she said that he wore a leather apron and carried a knife. And his face, oh!
Yeah?
He has a horrible head, with rat's eyes and a deformed mouth. She even
Most
said that
likely.
she knew his name, Pizer, or Pizer, I think. But I don't know where she can be found. Margie, Nutcracker, the girl I'm talking about, could tell you more, but I had to let her go last week.
Why did you let Margie go?
The poor girl caught a shameful sickness, and the symptoms have attacked her face, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I see.
So I gave her notice, and a little bit to help her along. I don't know where she is now, but she'll certainly be getting treatment at the clinic if she's still in the neighbourhood.
Did you
Okay.
speak to the police?
What would they do? Who cares about the girls in the streets?
Would you have received a visit from another doctor, a stranger by the name of Tumblety?
Just
Thur.
like you, Doctor. Sworn to secrecy in my profession. But as I've taken a fancy to you, I can tell you that this name is not unknown to me. And if you do me a little favour, it is possible I might remember something about him.
I see. What kind of favor?
What kind of favour must I do for you?
You see that man over there? He's a rich artist, a painter, a regular client round here. Well, yesterday, he came and left his cane in the umbrella stand in the hall before going into one of the rooms. Well, when he returned to this room, the cane had disappeared. It's a cane with a massive silver knob. Must be worth a fortune. He
Okay.
threatened to call the police unless he got free services in my establishment for a year. I'll be forced
Wow.
to accept, unwillingly, of course, given the services that he's demanding, unless the cane is found.
Did you question the residents regarding the theft?
They didn't see
She did.
anything, and there's not one of them that would risk stealing from a client here.
Who was in the room
Yeah,
when
yeah.
your weasel of a client was in the chambers?
There were a few that came and went, but Mary could tell you better than I can, because she was the one at the counter yesterday.
Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am.
No problem, my angel.
So now we've got two things here. We can go talk to what's her name, wherever she is. There she is. Talk to her. Start figuring out this lost cane. Or we can head over to the clinic and probably find the lady who was let go.
What happened to this rug?
Oh, Oh, it's when
Do you
we got
want to
home
know?
yesterday. I asked the young man to fill the pail. Came back to put it down, but his feet were covered in soot and he made a black print. Madam Bella said it was my fault and I got a shilling's penalty. I also have to clean the print and it's no picnic. He has immense feet, that boy.
I heard that there was a theft yesterday. Did you see anything?
No, and I was here the whole time.
Who delivers the coal?
It's never the same person. I'd never seen that lad before.
Do you always keep an eye on the coat stand?
Oh, yes. Well, when the coal delivery came, a client came out of the chambers and stopped me from seeing the boy who brought the bucket of coal. You don't think he would have taken advantage?
Until next time, miss.
With pleasure, sir.
Right. Coal spill distraction. Oldest trick in the book. The old coal spill. I don't know if we want to look in here.
Best not to stray off in that direction.
Yeah. Yeah. See if we can
Good
talk to
evening,
the
sir. Good evening,
victim.
my dear man. I was led to believe that you're a doctor.
None of the residents of this establishment are among my patients, sir.
Oh, you're not here as a doctor, but as a man, then. I understand. This is my kind of place, too.
Uh-huh.
It's in these houses in Whitechapel that you find the girls that are the most natural and definitely the most docile.
Your way of speaking about these women is not that of a gentleman, sir. I heard that you were the victim of a robbery here.
Yeah, he's such a
I'm
victim.
not complaining. The loss of that walking stick will certainly bring me a very pleasant compensation.
What does your cane look like?
The stick is ebony, about 35 inches long. The round knob is made from chiseled silver.
Calm down, Thor.
Around the middle of the same workmanship.
I can already
Like
hear the
tip
gears turning in your head.
If you find it, don't tell a soul. Keep it for yourself. Got it?
Well, goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. Or until next time. And good evening.
These paintings are suggestive, at the very least.
Yep. All right. Anything else to,
These paintings are
just gonna go around and
suggestive, at the very least. These paintings
let's get all the suggestive paintings.
At the very least.
There we go.
Best not to stray off in that direction.
So where's the infamous?
These paintings are suggestive, at the very least.
Where's the Is this the stand in question? Antiques Roadshow would have a field day. Yeah.
Suggestive, at the very least.
All right, are we done? We got one more? There we go.
Paintings are suggestive, at the very least.
Okay. All right, I think that's about all we've got to work with here. I'm surprised that we didn't stop to get a footprint.
A large black footprint.
Usually they do a stop and we get the tape measure out and the whole deal. But I guess that's not a thing.
Can I get a refill, please?
This time. All right, well, I'm guessing there's probably nothing in this little spot here. We're going to probably head over to the clinic. Oh, you know it. Quite literally, Kiba. Let's try the clinic then, because I really don't know. We'll go back to the clinic and see if we can find the ex-employee. Goes there for Chick-fil-A, yeah.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
All right, Margie.
I have come to see you about one of your patients. Margie goes by the nickname Nutcracker, who gets her prescription from the clinic. She's a lady of the night and is afflicted with a venereal disease.
I know who you're talking about. Indeed, Margie has syphilis and is being treated with mercury.
Do you have her
Great.
address?
No. And for your information, she left London for good 3 days ago. She felt threatened.
Margie felt threatened. But by whom?
I believe that Margie was particularly scared of a terrifying man who attacked her once.
Did she say the name Pizer or...
Could have stopped at Nutcracker,
Unfortunately,
yeah.
She didn't give a name, but she described a man with shifty, rat-like eyes and a mouth twisted in a sinister grimace.
Did Margie have any idea where this man who terrified her so much might be found?
No, but she told me that another girl who'd been attacked like her had told her that this man worked in a cobbler's run by an old Israeli. Also, she saw him again last week, the night of the big fire. She told of going to see the fire like most everyone else in the area. While there, she recognised her attacker in the crowds gathered at the warehouses.
Oh, man, okay.
There was no mistaking a face like that, she said. She kept an eye on the man the whole time the firemen were working in order to avoid him.
I see. Played the motion-activated Atari game controller. Yeah, that had mercury.
Goodbye,
Yep.
Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Okay, so does that mean we are headed to the warehouses? Let's read through the details of that dialogue. Okay. Didn't give a name. Described a man with shifty rat-like eyes. Right. Another girl who had been attacked. Worked at Cobbler's Run. Well, we've been there. I don't know if we're going to go back there. There's nobody there before. Mercury is definitely not good stuff. No. Not to touch, and definitely not around kids. Yeah. People think the past's all safe and all. More dangerous than we know. Oh, dude. Past wasn't safe. I mean, goodness sakes, look at some of the stuff they put in those science kits. Crazy the stuff that was in those. Let us never forget lawn darts. All right. So, talk about the cobbler. He worked in the Cobbler's Run. So it keeps telling us to go back to the cobbler. She's totally going to see the fire. Recognize the attacker in the crowds. Okay. Well, I'm going to try the cobbler's place again, but the only thing other than that would be to go investigate the warehouse.
The doctor revealed an important
Well, I don't even know where that's at.
Leather Apron could not be the Bucks Row murderer. According to Margie, the villain passed most of the night of the crime at the fire. He could not have been at the scene of the murder at the moment it was committed.
Right.
He is, nonetheless, a dangerous character.
Okay. The wiring in old homes. Oh, yeah. Yep. Bear running outside the walls. Yes. Have a picnic on some lead paint. Lead painted china. Yeah. Lead paint was in walls. Was on walls for many, many, many years. Goodness sakes. Oh, and don't forget about, what was it? Fiesta ware? People were sturdier. Yeah. Put up with more stuff, didn't they? Didn't even know. Lead pipes. Don't forget about lead pipes. All right. Arrows to the knee. Yep. All right. Well, we'll try the cobbler one more time because I'm not sure. Maybe they want us. I don't know where they want us to go now. Tested food. Group of people tested food. Fix the whole foods to make it safer, huh?
closed.
Okay, well, this is getting us nowhere. Hell do they want me to go? Margie left for London. Can we get to the warehouses? Canned foods, preservatives is way terrible. Done now? Yeah. I feel like we've done everything we need to do.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. Apparently not. Apparently there's something else that needs done. We need to do a thing on the coal, though. Jennifer, welcome. Good Mystery Monday, that's right. We need to figure out where the coal... We need to figure out the whole thing about the coal and the whatchamacallit, the stolen cane. Not sure where they want us to go. Feel like we've hit a dead end as far as clues. We're supposed to go talk to the cobbler, but it's middle of the night. Ain't nobody.
Tell me, is it?
I'm on duty, sir.
Where the hell do they want me to go? Look at that guy.
Tell me, is it?
Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
Whoa, whoa, wait a minute.
I have nothing to ask.
Oh, I thought she was dead for a minute. Like, dude. What do they want? What's the next... I don't understand what the next, lead is. Where are we supposed to go? These people just passed out in the street.
I have nothing to ask.
It's fantastic. So wasn't the murder, like, right around here? I don't know what our next clue is.
The night is cool. What a horrible summer we have had. Does the name Tumblety mean anything to you?
Not at all. But if you like, I can make inquiries.
Fine, why not? One never knows. Well, goodbye.
All right, not helpful. I guess we'll just keep looking around until we find something of interest here.
What do you want, Doctor?
Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
Lucy's not home. Where the hell do they want us to go? We go back in here, but
If you have the means, I can let you pass before everyone. But behind me.
What's that? Oh, did research on the whole Whitechapel murders and stuff. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
Nothing there. Okay.
Thank you, Mom.
No problem, my angel.
What is the next? What is the next? The lead. What are we supposed to be doing?
Yes, sir.
Until
Nothing.
next time, miss.
With pleasure, sir.
Confused where our next spot is. We need to talk.
Out of the way. I
We need
don't
to
like
talk
the
to
look
somebody
of
or
you.
find something here, but I don't know where are we supposed to go? The cobbler is not around. It's the middle of the night. Honestly, at this point, I don't know what the next play is other than to literally roam around until we figure something out.
I have no reason to go that way.
Nothing. Probably barred off down here, too.
I have no reason to go that way.
That's what I figured. What is our next spot? Might have to look up some information on this one, because I'm at a loss as to what our next clue is. Maybe I'm going to explore a little bit and see if maybe we can find something about the that cane. I was kind of hoping we'd come across like a coal, like where the coal distributor is, and find, you know, some information from that, but I have no idea where that's at. Going to the pub?
The Wasp's Nest. This pub looks even more disreputable than the Golden Lion in Baker Street.
No. Which is probably where it'd be a great source of information. There's a dead end down here. Well, I got a feeling we'll be going there. Sack manufacturer. Stay away from Goldshire, yeah. International Working Men's Club.
Look, the Club for Socialist Jews, the Cradle of Liberty. Another political club of little interest.
Okay. I see what they mean.
Come, my lord, a little coin. Oi!
Well, we've been down around here.
I have nothing to ask.
What do they want? Booty Bay, yeah. I'd say Goldshire's the worst.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. We've explored the majority of the streets. Are we supposed... We can't be done yet. If I try map of London and go...
I have no reason to go that way.
Yeah, there's something we're still supposed to be doing here at Whitechapel. But I am confused about where or... Yeah, anything that they want. We've been down here. This is where that pub is, Wasp Nest. We explored a little bit of this. We can go back that way. No, actually, I can't go too much farther. They told me I couldn't go up here. All right. Let's do some looking up of stuff, because I am at a loss. I am at an absolute loss. I'll put some music on for you guys. Just a minute here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where they want us to go. See if I can find some information. I'm not sure what the next step is. We've kind of hit the dead end, if you ask me. Okay. We talked to Bella. Have we talked to Bella? Heiser or something like that, right? Finding the artist Kane. Talk to Mary scrubbing the floor, right? Talk to the artist on the couch. We got it. Go to the clinic. Wait a minute. At the clinic? Oh. Oh, okay. Hold on now. Interesting. Alright, so they're saying that at the clinic there is a footprint that we missed. I think it's inside. There's apparently a footprint. Aha! There we go.
These footprints are the same as those found on the rug at the brothel.
Okay. Maybe I can ask him about that then.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
There.
Pardon me, Doctor, but who made the large black footprints there near the beds?
The brother of one of my patients. The poor thing had a leg amputated after colliding with a carriage. We arranged to find her a prosthesis.
Prostheses are very expensive. How did this man pay?
He told me that one of his uncles gave him a walking stick with a chiseled silver knob. I agreed to accept this knob in exchange for a simple prosthesis with harness. But this object is of great value, and I could finance half a dozen other prostheses by selling it on Petticoat Lane.
Okay. Well, that's stolen, sir.
Doctor, I have reason to believe that the silver knob that you possess is from a cane that was stolen by the man who brought it to you. And I believe I know to whom it belongs.
Yep.
That's what I was worried about. The story of the uncle seemed a little strange.
You know it.
Nevertheless, you must have proof of what you claim. I will show you all of the knobs that we have here. If you find the knob that the young man gave me, I will believe you.
So be it, but something is bothering me. I will need a complete cane, not just a knob.
Don't worry, dear chap, build one. I can loan you some tools. Make use of the odds and ends in my cupboard. It'll help get rid of it.
Well, I shall try. I will have to remember the description that Sickert gave.
Right.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Okay, so somewhere around here, maybe the cabinet over here. Okay, so it's probably this cane here, but I don't know the rest of the description. We're going to have to... I can measure this. Okay. We need to read the description. Let's see. Right here. This be it? No. Here. Okay. Ebony, 35 inches long. Round knobs, chiseled silver, with a ring around the middle. Same workmanship, so also silver, I assume. Just like the tip, for that matter. So also silver. Chiseled silver. Okay. Find the Holy Grail, yeah. Alright, so it's this. It said round chiseled silver. Well, these two are round. They're both silver, but this one is chiseled. At least that's what I would take from it. So I would say that. But it also has... It's also chiseled silver around here. So let's just go there. And then there, and then that one?
There, all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
Okay.
I believe I found the knob from the stolen cane, which I succeeded in putting back together.
That's the one. And yet I cannot give it to you, Doctor. I will only return it to the police, and only if there is an official complaint against me.
Great. Would there be a way to convince you to give me the cane?
Find me a dozen solid adjustable harnesses for wooden leg prostheses, and it's yours, Doctor.
Okay.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
The hell am I going to find that? Where am I going to find a dozen prosthetic harnesses? What? Okay. That's a strange one. Sure. Oh boy. What the frick? Or a way to convince to get an official complaint. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Not where I thought we were going with this. Sure. Who the hell's gonna have that? I don't know. That's a weird one. Let's work our way back from the start. Unless, you know what? Maybe we can somehow convince the artist.
Loosen your belt, my friend. You're in Whitechapel. These girls would die of hunger if we weren't here.
No, apparently we cannot.
Goodbye. Or until next time. And good.
Right? Oh, man.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
Nothing in...
Thank you.
Okay.
No problem, my angel.
Maybe we can ask her about... She's still cleaning that. Nope.
Until next time, miss.
With pleasure, sir.
Okay, so that's a dead end. Let's go back to the police station and start there. Right? Unfortunately, we don't have either of them.
Some news, Doctor?
Apparently not.
Goodbye.
God. This is a hell of a turn of events. I'm not sure where we're supposed to get any of that stuff. Maybe now we can go back to Holmes. Let's try that.
I have no reason to go that way.
Nope, we are not done here. Okay. Okay. What in the blue hell?
What do you want, Doctor?
You wouldn't have like 12 prosthetic harnesses laying around, would you?
Thank you, Finley.
Yeah.
At your service, sir.
Didn't figure anybody'd be at Lucy's place. Clinic. Where the hell do they want us to go now? Hmm. Hmm. Only return it to the police, only if there's an official complaint. I can't convince him unless I find a dozen solid adjustable harnesses for wooden leg prostheses. The basement of the clinic may have some laying around. If this were Gettysburg, yeah, no kidding. What the blue hell, man? I don't understand. Also, why did the doctor? You don't have a dozen of them? Not just one. We need a dozen of them. Dozen. We need a dozen. Okay. What in the hell? I'm gonna go look. Oh, now they're telling. Okay. Interesting. I just looked over at a walkthrough. They're saying now go talk to the cobbler because apparently the cobbler's gonna be home now, in the middle of the night when he hasn't been here the middle of the night, the entire night. Start kicking NPCs in the legs. Yeah. Kick him in the shin. Look for false legs and then just steal them. So, the game all night has been saying there's nobody at the cobbler's. Now I'm supposed to go to the cobbler's.
There's nobody here. How very odd.
That's not odd, Watson. You were here twice already, and there was nobody there. But this time you let yourself in. Alright, so now we're just going to go steal a bunch of prosthetics, apparently.
I say, these things look like harnesses. Oh my, they are noisy. Good evening,
Shop
sir.
opened,
Pardon the interruption. The door was open.
Nick's Bagels and Prosthetics, yeah, exactly.
Good
Yeah.
evening, sir. I didn't hear you come in.
Yeah, let myself in, thanks.
Say, those things that made noise, they are really harnesses, aren't they?
Yes, horse harnesses.
Nice.
But I must tell you, sir, that the store is normally closed at this hour.
Oh, yeah.
That is why I've asked you to return tomorrow.
I didn't come about my shoes. I came to speak of a cobbler, perhaps one of your former employees? A man with very particular habits.
You aren't with the police by any chance?
That's what they were saying.
I do not want to speak of anything but shoes with you.
Ah.
I am not a policeman. I am Dr. Watson. It's Mr. Finley who told me that you might be in a position to inform me.
Ah, that Mr. Finley is a very brave man. And if he sent you, then you must certainly be a worthy man also. So, Doctor, who is this cobbler with strange habits?
The man of whom I speak is called Pizer or Pyther, a man with a frightening face. Do you know him?
Yes, John Pizer. He worked here for a while, but he is no longer here.
Okay, well, where did he go?
Do you know where I can find him?
No, and if you look, you will not find him.
Why?
Because he is in hiding, Doctor. You see, a week ago, a horrible murder took place in the neighborhood. A rumor circulated that he might have been responsible for this crime. They say he has quarreled with women of certain virtue in the past, if you understand me.
Right.
Isaac, it is about the Bucks Row case that I have come to see you. I have the certitude and an incontestable witness that Pizer is innocent, at least of this crime, although he has attacked a number of street women. If he doesn't come forward to explain himself to the authorities, he is condemned to hiding and to take the fall for this murder.
There you go.
Furthermore, it will cast suspicions on your community because they must be hiding him. And while the whole police force is hunting for him, they cannot concentrate on the real assassin who roams the streets and, one never knows, may take any one of you any day.
If what you say is true, your visit is a godsend to our community, Doctor. I tell you something. I know Sergeant Thick, an honest policeman who lives in the area. I'll tell John's family that he must go there to explain himself.
Okay.
But if you could please go as soon as possible to the police to give them this report that you say is incontestable.
I will go as soon as I take leave of you.
Thank you. If I can ever be of service in any way, do not hesitate to ask.
I need those harnesses.
Could we transform your horse harnesses into harnesses for wooden legs? Adjustable harnesses?
A good craftsman can do anything, Doctor. And I do believe that's what I am. Come back in a while and it will be done. That will be my thanks for what you have done.
Okay. Good deal.
I shall return later.
At your convenience, sir.
All right, so.
I am spent. I would like to return home. But I promised to go to the police as soon as I could. Now then, let's go to the police station.
Bingo. No clue where to... I know, it was crazy. We tried the cobbler 3 times, and then finally we let ourselves in. Uh-oh.
Will you?
Yes.
Hey, Doctor, you seem tired. Were you wandering the darker parts of Whitechapel all night?
You could say that. I have some information on Leatherapron, the man of whom we spoke earlier.
Do you know where he is?
No, but I can clear him of the Bucks Row crime. A witness proved him totally innocent.
Oh, Watson, is it only now, after many hours of walking, that you decide to pass on the important message that Inspector Aberline is waiting for?
But, no. But what are you doing here, Holmes?
I was worried, Watson, and with good reason it would appear. Go give the message to this policeman and let's go home. Nobody appreciates me hanging around here, you know, and it's freezing cold.
Ah, Creddle, none too soon. You will take the testimony of...
Right.
No, you continue with your duty shift. I must find Chandler in Ambury Street. He's struck again.
Who?
The murderer, the Bucks Row assassin.
Hanbury Street. Let's go, Watson. We have no time to lose.
Great. Where's Hanbury Street? Let's look. Yardle, Wald. Where did they say that? Where did they say that's at? I'm looking. You guys see it? I don't see it. Oh, wait. We've got another spot. That's what it is. I was going to say, it's not near Whitechapel. All right, let's go.
Hanbury Street. Let's go, Watson. We have no time to lose.
Okay. Well, let's talk to the officer.
You can go in, Mr. Holmes. She's there. We didn't touch a thing.
Might be upstairs, I guess. Oh, there's a back spot back here. Right out the back door.
It was very good of PC Chandler to let us pass.
Yeah.
No one has touched the corpse. It's the perfect opportunity for us to put our skills to the test. Watson, let's not
that's
waste
canon, man. That wouldn't be the first time, even in this game, that he would have stopped for something like that. Well, maybe not this particular title, but like in the series.
2 combs, curiously arranged. A piece of coarse muslin.
Okay, well, the items at the victim's feet are orderly. They didn't fall. They either belong to the killer or the victim. Maybe a calling card. Chapman struggled greatly. Chapman possesses feminine items. The murderer searched Chapman. The murderer searched Chapman would make sense. Hold on. The murderer likes combs, yeah. Maybe it belonged to the victim. And then we would have... unfeeling and organized. There we go. Cold-blooded killer. Okay. Alright, what else?
There are no trails on the ground. There's no sign of a struggle.
August 28th. Scrap of an envelope. Okay.
A torn envelope. It smells of rubbing alcohol. It contains 3 pills. I will take one. 2 should suffice for the police.
Likes combs, yeah. There goes Holmes taking pills.
So, Doctor, shall we examine our victim?
Ah, I'm tired, Holmes. I'm not sure if I am in a state to do this work.
Come, Watson, there is little time. Show me what you're made of.
Here we go.
Oh, my God.
Pray, Watson, pull yourself together.
Oh, we know Holmes likes
Can
those
you
pills.
establish the time of the crime?
The
For his
extremities
sinuses.
of the corpse are cold and rigor mortis is beginning to set in. I would say that the murder was committed over 2 hours ago, before 4:30 a.m.
Okay.
Let's look at this poor woman more closely. Look at her neck. What can you tell me?
There are 2 incisions.
Right.
The tongue is swollen. A bruise. The victim's face appears to have bruising, wouldn't you say?
Under the maxilla and cheek. There is less on the right side.
Wolverine was here. That's exactly what it ain't. Exactly it.
Look at her neck. What can you tell me?
There are 2 incisions.
Okay, I think that's everything. Any little markings around? Doesn't look like it.
The tongue is swollen.
We know. I think that's it.
Now let's look at the stomach, or at least what remains of it.
It's dreadful, Holmes. Who could do that to someone?
That's what you're here for, Watson. Tell me what this man has done.
The stomach has been entirely opened and... oh, my God! A number of organs have been removed.
So, you're telling me that the organs were removed, Watson? They weren't ripped out?
Not at all, Holmes. On the contrary, this is clearly the work of an expert. I couldn't have done any better myself. And the uterus is missing.
Wolverine apparently got that doctorate.
The blood is a dozen inches or so from the ground. Blood stains on the wall.
Okay.
Looky here. It would seem he has a mark on his left hand. The victim must have worn a large ring or several little ones, and someone pulled them off forcefully. This detail will be very valuable, Watson. You can be sure of that.
I think that's it.
My dear Watson, now that we have found all of our clues, nothing remains but to subject them to our most likely hypotheses in order to deduce the facts.
Okay. Well, let's see. Envelope. Near the victim's head. Envelope was brought up by the victim, drifted near. The victim wanted to give the envelope to the killer. Belonged to the killer? No. Okay, there. Let's see. Blood spurted on the wall near the stairs. Blood on the fence is a dozen inches off the ground. Neither footsteps nor streaks of blood on the ground. Okay. Victim was not dragged. Okay, dozen inches off the ground, blood spurted on the wall. Sounds like standing up. Took place, really? I would have thought this one would have happened standing up. The blood gushing out on the walls like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Still alive laying down. Okay. Seems weird the blood would have got back there. I mean, door closed, but yeah. 12 is pretty low, but I figured maybe it was spurting. How did it go that way if the body was laying like this? I don't know. Maybe the killer turned her a little bit, because it seems weird the blood would have got back there if she was laying. I don't know. Tongue is bloated, which says strangled. Died of strangulation, possibly. Whoops. Hold on, let's just put this one in. Bruises under the right jawbone beneath the left cheek. Under the right jawbone and beneath the left cheek. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Under the right jawbone and beneath the left cheek. Which is probably right hand. And slit with the left. So right-handed. Really? Is that wrong? I would think it would be... Huh. Would it be the other way? Could be the other way? Thinking about it. Thought it would be right, but maybe I guess it's the other way. There we go. Okay, and then that leads to the final one here. Okay. Recent large scrape on the first phalanx of the middle finger. Worn rings. Possible that the murder stole the rings. Cold to the extremities, rigor mortis has barely started. Over 2 hours ago. Oh, just after 4:30. No. Barely 2 hours ago. Sorry. There we go. Okay. What else do we got? Organs are missing. Uterus was removed by the hands of an expert. Wounds around the neck is jerky and not in one piece. Incision from the right to the left. Going around the neck. Okay. Right. From the right side, stopping the middle of the throat. Well, they seemed kind of jagged from what I saw. But you would think also that it'd be... Yeah, exactly. Got it screwed up. It seemed jagged. They would say it would be a bad knife, but at the same time, like, you'd have to be pretty sharp to get through all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Short, supple blade. Really? Those don't work together. The removal... Yeah, exactly. These aren't linking correctly. Let's see. It could be panicked, maybe, yeah. These are... So far, those are all wrong. This was removed and taken. Knowledge of anatomy. That's got to be true. Okay. Let's try panicked. Did maybe he want to remove... Lost it, yes. I know, some of these are... Yep, he lost it. It could be a fury, but I'm pretty sure it's knowledge of anatomy, removed and taken. Oh, weapon of great size. Okay. So now we got to figure out what the problem with this one is. Let's try panicked. I really don't know at this point. Yeah, that's not the right one. Very sharp blade.
I hear a noise coming from the street, Watson. The authorities are arriving. It's time for us to go.
Holmes has been locked away in his room for days, always saying the same things. I'm thinking, Watson. Very good, Watson. As you wish, Watson. But I am thinking too, so much so that I can't sleep. Annie Chapman. Good Lord.
Pretty brutal stuff. Alright. What do you want me to do? Are we going to investigate? Yeah, I was going to say.
Holmes examined the broken jar that belonged to Finley's tenant. I wonder what this substance is. I don't recognize the odor.
Formalin, Watson. This jar contained formalin. Interesting, don't you think? I've been waiting for something for days. Just the tiniest bit of news that would make sense of this whole matter. But there's nothing, neither from the press nor the police. Unless Inspector Aberline is holding on to some information without realizing its importance, which is quite possible.
I know,
Thor. It's time for you to return to the police station in Whitechapel, Watson. And didn't you tell me that you had a matter to take care of it? Take advantage of it to learn more about this pill and its contents.
Ah, but Holmes, it's late, and spending another night in this district is hardly my idea of entertainment.
I know, Doctor, but we don't have any choice. Time is against us. Take your pistol in case you run into any troublesome characters.
Yeah, now he's taking the gun.
As you wish, Holmes.
Back to Whitechapel, huh? That's what it sounds like. Let's go talk to the police.
Good evening. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all, Doctor. This man, Mr. Richardson, is a witness to the horrid affair at 29 Hanbury Street, the murder of Annie Chapman. We are discussing the relevance of his testimony.
Okay.
You're probably not in a position to discuss it with me, but I would like to know more about what you call the relevance of this young man's testimony.
Right.
Oh, there's no secrecy. It's simply that the testimony given by Mr. Richardson doesn't match the time of death given by the coroner, Dr. Phillips.
What was the time of death, according to him?
Before 4:30 in the morning.
My conclusions were the same. Were there any other conflicting testimonies?
Well, 2 other witnesses summoned at the preliminary inquest gave testimony, but in these cases too, the times don't match.
Do you remember what it was they said?
I didn't question them myself. A colleague of mine took down their statements on paper, but on deciding they were of little use, he tore them up and threw them in the bin.
Great.
There's no point in being bogged down with useless paperwork.
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Where's the bin? Because it sounds like we're taking, Uh-huh.
Here are the ripped statements. I can piece them together again.
Great. It's a puzzle. Assuming that's going to go up there. Nope, doesn't look like it does. Maybe. It's got to go in one of the corners. Let's keep checking these. Here we go. There's that. All right. Well. Oh, unless it's multiple small papers. That's what it is. Okay. Well, there. Not sure where that one goes. Can we put it away? There we go. We need. There. That goes up there. Nope, not there. You must go over here somewhere. That also isn't. Looks like it's working. Those go together. Where are you at? Give me. Oh. Okay. Let's see. There. We need one with a dealie there. Need to move you down a minute. Let's go in the middle over here. Like so. All right, let's see. That doesn't make any sense. That one's very blank. Got lots of blank there. Let's see. There. And nope. We missing a corner? There. All right. You and you there. Looks like we've got our corners mixed up. There we go. There we go. Okay. And like so. Okay, and
there. All done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
Testimony of E. Long, the morning of the murder. Witness left her domicile, 32 Church Street, approximately 5 a.m., to get to Spitalfields Market. She was passing down Hanbury Street about 5:30 a.m. The witness was certain of the time, as she declares that she heard the clock at the Black Eagle Brewery on Brick Lane strike the half hour just before she entered the street. In front of 29 Hanbury Street, she saw a man and woman talking. It should be noted that the witness identified the body of Annie Chapman at the morgue as being the aforementioned woman. This identification was solicited by our services. The man seen with the victim is described by the witness as follows: age at least 40 years old, height a little taller than the woman with whom he was discussing, approximately 5'3". Clothing: brown deerstalker hat, dark coat, doubt on this point. General appearance of the working class. Particular markings: dark hair and mustache. Dark face, looks like foreigner. The witness only saw the man from behind, wouldn't be able to recognize or identify him. The term foreigner is often associated with a person of Jewish origin. Yeah, but they didn't see the face. Shouldn't there be another testimony? I don't see the other testimony. Oh, there we go. Had to click away and then it opens again. Testimony of A. Kadash. Witness resides at 27 Hanbury Street, building adjoining number 29 of the same street. The two respective backyards are separated by a wooden fence, tall and thin. On the morning of the murder, witness got up at 5:15 a.m., went into the yard where the latrine was. It was then at 5:20 a.m. On going back into the house, the witness heard voices from behind the fence coming from number 29. The only word that he understood was no. He went into the building again, returned to the yard approximately 4 minutes later, whereupon he heard a noise. Okay, so about 5:24 or so. As if something fell against the fence. He then departed for work. When he passed in front of Spitalfields Church, it was approximately 5:32. It's around 5:20 or about 5:20, between 5:20 and 5:30. Well, before 5:30. April 1886, old police report concerning certain arrests. At gunpoint from the White Plume Mountain Inn, also called Kayak Affair, 5 years, Dartmoor. What is this? Benjamin Benny the Scholar, 46, Houndsditch, falsifying bank records, using false bank records, misappropriation of funds to the detriment of the Royal Bank of London, 8 years, Dartmoor. Jacob Levy, 30, Aldgate, theft small weight of meat from his employer. Hyman Sampson, butcher at 58 Golston Street, Whitechapel, 20 months, Essex County. Asylum, Ron Obvious, 26, address unknown, vagrancy, embezzlement, indecent assault, degradation of a religious building to the detriment of the authorities, in charge of the Chichester Cathedral, City of London, lunatic asylum, intermediate duration, James Longfoot Jim Nazar, 20, Whitechapel. What is that?
An old report on arrests that took place a few years earlier.
Huh. Was that like on the back of one of the papers? Okay. I'll go back to that door in a minute. Wanted to see if we can talk to this.
May I introduce myself?
This guy.
I'm Dr. Watson. I am...
You wouldn't be the chap what writes the detective stories in that there paper?
Well, yes, indeed, my stories have been published in the Strand.
Go blimey, wanna tell me old mum?
It would seem your testimony is the subject of some debate. Could you tell me what it was about?
They'll be telling you I'm a bit befuddled about the times that I told them. But it can't be so. I knows what I sees and what I don't sees that morning.
What did you see, or what didn't you see? And at what time, would you say?
I'll tell you this for nothing. It's me old mum who lives at the house where the body was found out back in the garden. She has her shop at the bottom to the right of the stairs. Her door was broken down not too far back because it's a real zoo it is. Right, the morning it happened, I head that way to see if me old mum has finally had the place broken into. It was 4:45 when I got there. That I'll swear on me dear old mum's life. I had a look round to see if the cellar had been taken. No. I had a little sit down on the stairs by the courtyard because me shoes were causing me no end of pain and I had a cut and all. I didn't see a single thing below the steps, Doctor, not one single thing. If there was some bird all covered in blood, tain't no how I could have missed that, even if it were night time. Right, 5 minutes after getting to number 29, I had to clip off. And now they tells me that either I can't tell time no more, or I was fixing me loafer next to a stiff that was still steaming. All right then. Evening, gents.
This police station is like a laundry. What a scandal.
Yeah, this place is pretty much all volunteer. Got anything else to talk about with him? Oh, yes, we do.
So, how far along are the investigations into these two recent murders?
Everyone around here believes both crimes were committed by the same man. But as for the Hanbury Street and Bucks Row crimes, nobody has heard or seen a thing.
By the way, have you heard of a Dr. Tumblety?
No. Is it important?
Yes. Well, no, maybe. Actually, I don't know. I have heard about this man, his frequent nocturnal outings and bizarre behaviour.
What does this chap look like, Doctor? And where can we find him?
The last I heard was that he was staying at Finley's place, the man who was looking for me a few days ago.
It would greatly assist us if you could ask Finley what your strange associate looks like.
Right.
We could then see if the description matches any witness accounts.
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Any reason to go back here?
Closed.
Okay. Well, sounds like... Oh, yeah, we still didn't... Who could we talk to about that? Maybe the... I don't know. He should already have information about this.
Yes, Doctor.
No?
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Thought maybe we could get... I don't know why he's carrying this around. The other guy's gone, so I can't ask him about it. Alright, well, let's go to the boarding house. You get your first COVID shot tomorrow. Oh, yeah?
There is a strong smell of gas. It seems to be coming from the abandoned building.
Well, you're high risk from what I gathered, so how you feeling about it? looking forward to getting
Good
it?
evening, Finley.
Or just
How
getting
are
it?
you?
Oh, good evening, Doctor. So.
Just
And
getting
you?
it because people, you know.
It smells of gas here.
Ah, you might say, Doctor. Without wanting to speak ill of the force, I have to wonder if the police
Be for the
are
better.
up to something.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I was outside yesterday evening when the light went out at my place, and a gas smell came from the abandoned building across from my place. And a minute later, the police arrived and was snooping all around like it was them who hit the gas before arriving.
Have things sorted themselves out with your strange tenant?
Don't talk about it, Doctor. That man is truly bizarre. He goes to the most sordid locations once night falls. 3 days ago, my wife told me she saw him come in with blood-stained clothes and a fearsome look.
Makes your wife feel better. Yeah, gotcha. Fair enough.
Interesting. What does he look like, and how old is he?
Oh, he's my age, give or take, so the other side of 50. He's always dressed in a striking manner, with an American hat. He's big, close to 5'11", I'd say. He has a strange voice, not just his accent, see, his voice.
Very well. Goodbye for now, Finley.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Okay.
Now then, let's go to the police station.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got a description now.
Yes, Doctor.
Tumblety is a man around 5'11", about 55 years old, extravagantly dressed and with a rather distinctive voice. He boards at Finley's. You should know where that is, as the police were there only yesterday. Their arrival coincided with a strange gas leak.
Ah, yes, I know where you mean. Indeed, there was an odd affair with the gas. It was rather unsettling. We were searching for a well-known scoundrel who was ratted out by Squibby, the chap we followed and saved from the pack a few days ago. This thug, no pity Bluto, must have been in the abandoned building in question. But there was no sign of him when we arrived. Furthermore, an inspector said that, given the smell, the thingamabob that supplies gas to the building was probably damaged. So we took no risks and were called away somewhere else.
One of the funny YouTube vids from a channel Extra Credits. You seen this dude's take on game devs being racist? I heard about it. I didn't watch the whole. I haven't watched the video. I remember when Extra Credits videos were at some, at least a little interesting and informative way back when. It was a long time ago. And now nobody talks about them except for when they have a hot take on something. But yeah. I heard what happened. They were saying that, oh yeah, Crap Solaris feel he's kind of trolling for relevance. I think so. Yeah. Remember when Watch Mojo was actually good, right? Back in the days. Yeah, dude, Extra Credits has become one of those channels that just nobody cares anymore, except for when they say something dumb. So, for those of you wondering, yeah, Watch Mojo now is so bad, yeah. The recent Extra Credits, the last time Extra Credits was relevant was when they made a claim for video games being more expensive. BuzzFeed has joined the chat. Yeah, right? But yeah, freaking, right, so they had a pretty hot take on that one, and their relevancy pretty much went, they went to, they obliterated their credit, for lack of a better word, I guess. They lost all their extra credit, that's for sure. Anyway, then recently they brought out a video that basically says, say you're playing a fantasy game, right? Some Lord of the Rings type, medieval fantasy. Having, entire, for example, entire races like the orcs be classified as evil, just generally speaking, is racist. Okay, well, considering, depending on the lore, they might actually be evil. I mean, if you take Lord of the Rings, for example, they're literally bred, right, using dark magic to, you know, yeah, to kill. I think if he is serious, he's the racist one to think. Yeah, and well, that's one of the weird things about it, right? Like, Wizards of the Coast has gone there with that too. They're actually, Wizards of the Coast has gotten to a point where, in the next edition of D&D, I kid you not, they've already said there will be no racial modifiers of any kind. So, you know, the little, you know, the little halfling versus like the giant half orc, no modifiers. Remember when a game was a game? Yeah. Right? Dude, let me tell you, I'm gonna, yeah, hold on.
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Right, yeah, you'll not get any racial modifiers, good or bad. Yeah, no positives or negatives in the next edition of D&D. That's what they've been saying. Another thing that is really interesting, what else was I going to say? Okay, I remember. So there was a guy or a giant having an issue hitting him. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. All I heard is that they're getting rid of race modifiers because, you know, they're idiots. Let's just call it what it is. But yeah, I remember a dude. Okay, this was a long time ago. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna put some music on. Let me save. I'm gonna give you a bonus kind of short story time. There we go. Actually, it is almost story time, but I'm gonna give you a bonus quick little story. Put some music on real quick. Yeah, right. It is about that time, but this will be a bonus. I'm not even put the story time up, but a quick aside from that, related directly to that. Servers for flakes and servers for nerds. I don't know. I'll tell you what. So back in the days, the old days when you would go to your friendly local game store and play tabletop games. I know this is a long time ago. There was a dude that worked at one of the local game stores. And this guy, I kid you not, this guy would say the weirdest stuff. This dude, he really was way earlier than that, but it could be up into that. But no, it was way earlier than that. It was, yeah, way back. Do away with PvP and PvE servers. Place will be sensitive and normal. Well, but the normal servers would get taken down. You'd get canceled for having normal servers. The sensitive servers would, you know, yeah. No, anyway. Anyway, this dude, there's really no way to put it. Like, he had a lot of hot takes on a lot of things. This dude was, I don't mean to sound, I'm going to sound really cliche, but he was very racist about a lot. He was a lot of things. He wasn't just racist. He was a lot of things. But he worked there at the store and was kind of like, he wasn't like, I don't know how high up in management he was, but I know he was there all the time. So who knows? But he ran the place day to day, right? And this dude they had a lot of weirdos working for him. I don't want to get into all of it, but they had a lot of weird people working there. This guy was there like all the time. This dude was super racist about a lot of stuff. And oddly enough, now we're hearing these stories where people are saying that they try to make this claim. Okay, let me Just remember about the guy that I just told you about. Okay. Go forward now. I bring it all up because a common thing right now that some people are trying to get behind, this weird idea, this notion that different fantasy races in games, right, whether they're aliens, whether they're elves, orcs, what have you, are stand-ins for real-life communities of people. A common one that makes no sense unless you're really just not thinking about it. At least he didn't try to hide it or pretend it like some people think, yada, yada. Yeah, no, he just come out and say it, and people were just like, okay, buddy, that's what you think. But anyway, one of the big ones that got toted around recently, people were trying to make some kind of connection saying that orcs are a stand-in in fantasy games for black people. I kid you not. That is being said. People are trying to make this claim. For one, that is a stupid take. That is a stupid take. It makes no sense in a lot of games because there's humans of all different colors within the fantasy, within that same fantasy. Yeah. Right, it's dumb. What's funny is, it's coming from people that claim that they're not racist. Okay, I just want you to think about that. Now, let me rewind back to this other guy, who I told you was very blatantly racist. He made that statement over a decade ago when I was in the game store once. And everybody there was just like, are you mental? I kid you not, he tried to make that connection. I guess he was ahead of his time. Yeah, they're so not. Yeah, of course they're not. But yeah, to claim that some, but yeah, on a further topic, extra credits were saying that the game developers are racist and or lazy for, making a situation where an entire race of monsters, for example, right, are evil. And that's racist. The elves are on the corner late at night because they're unemployed. Yeah. I don't know, man. Dude, it's whatever. Fantasy things in games. It's weird. It's weird. There's a lot of stuff that's just being removed in fantasy, modern fantasy writing. Hollywood does not write this well. I know it, man. It's crazy. It's nuts. There's a lot of modern stuff, though, that's getting just removed in fantasy literature. Like, they've decided they're not ever going to talk about it because it has bad connotations. For example, regardless of race, regardless of setting, they don't even want the bad guys in the games to be, like, say, slave masters or something. And I'm thinking, wouldn't it make more sense if you were trying to villainize slavery, which I'm on board for that, right? Let's villainize slavery. Wouldn't it make sense to have them as your bad guys in your game? Like, why couldn't you have a story about how bad slavery is? And the heroes can, literally free them. Wouldn't that make more sense? Instead, no, they don't want to tackle it, so they're just going to not ever show it at all or ever talk about it. And it's like you're losing a great opportunity there. I think that's money hand over fist, isn't it? It's like free woke points. I don't know. Give the orcs white robes. Oh, God. Well, they already have the white hand mark on them, at least in Lotro. Well, Lord of the Rings. Kenner Toys created Star Wars canon by making toys that were not what was in the stories. Yeah, well, they don't care about Star Wars. Nobody cares about Star Wars anymore, even Disney and Lucasfilm at this point. That's a whole nother argument for a whole nother thing. We are coming up close to story time, so maybe we should just take a break here. I do want to see real quick. What our next deal is. So we talked to this guy, and we got that figured out. Let's see. We asked Finley. Bluto. I wanted to read through this here. Odd affair with the gas. I don't know where we can find this guy. Abandoned building. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Willy Wonka is a guy in a pimp suit that does a somersault, smiles at a grim situation, and lures children. Yeah, exactly. Did we get... No, okay. I just want to look real quick to figure out what our next... I'm not sure what our next deal is. Anyway. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and just take our story time now? We just saved. Seems like a good spot. Oh, man. I think it was a Babylon Bee article the other day, just as another quick aside, talking about Star Wars. And it said that, what was it? The article was something like, fans get reparations for Star Wars. Disney changing Star Wars. Old school fans were offered. Yeah, it was a totally fake article, obviously, Babylon Bee, but they were saying that, they went in front of a judge, and the judge ordered that, if you can prove that you were an original Disney fan, you had to have an original Star Wars lunchbox, or or a couple of different things. To prove you were an old school fan, and then you could get reparations from Disney and Lucasfilm for ruining Star Wars. Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, let's have some actual story time. We've got ourselves... Oh my gosh. Was that a Walt exclusive? Sounds like that one was carved by Walt Disney himself. Nice. Limited edition, yeah. Alright. Mickey Mouse wristwatch, huh? Nice. I need to find me a Florida Man story, because Hi hasn't been here to give us one. I've got one here. Hold on. We'll get one here. There we go. Alright, so we got a Florida Man story. I got a... Oh, here's an interesting one. I think you guys are going to like this one. Okay. From the Insider, we've got a story about Amazon. I don't know if you guys heard a lot about this lately. Amazon and their drivers and stuff. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Crazy stuff. Amazon is reportedly telling delivery drivers they must give biometric consent so the company can track them as a condition of the job. I don't know if they're going to go into it, but I know there's been talk about them having to urinate in bottles because they can't take breaks. Oh, yeah. Crazy stuff. Amazon is telling its delivery drivers to sign a consent form that allows the company to track them based on biometric data as a condition of delivering Amazon packages. Motherboard's Lauren Kaori Gurley reported. Thousands of drivers across the U.S. must sign the biometric consent paperwork. As if they don't, and if they don't, they'll lose their jobs, according to Motherboard. The form, which was viewed by the outlet and published in the report, states that Amazon would be allowed to use onboard safety camera technology, which collects your photograph, for the purposes of confirming your identity and connecting you to your driver account. The system would then collect, store, and use biometric information from such photographs. Bezos needs to get a room next to Walt's head. Yeah, no kidding. I love the picture. I don't know where that picture came from, but there's a picture of Jeff Bezos, and he's got these like giant metal arms. It's a real photo. I don't know what it was from, some kind of photo op. And the meme was like, you know, he's moved on to fighting Superman. Like, yeah, he literally is Lex Luthor. They want to film them peeing in the bottles. Probably. Yeah, probably. It says technology specifically would track a driver's location and movement, how many miles they drive, when they brake and turn, and how fast they're driving. Motherboard notes, the drivers presented with the consent form are employed through third-party delivery partners that use Amazon's delivery stations, but who are still subject to the company's working guidelines. Amazon delivery company owner told the outlet that one of the drivers refused to sign, citing Amazon's micromanagement as the reason. In a statement to Insider, Amazon spokesperson Deborah Bass said, "We piloted the technology from April to October 2020, and on over 2 million miles of delivery routes, results produced remarkable driver and community safety improvements. Accidents decreased 48%, stop sign violations decreased 20%, driving without a seatbelt decreased 60%, distracted driving decreased 45%. Don't believe the self-interested critics who claim these cameras are intended for anything other than safety." Well, I mean, you know, when you know Big Brother is always watching, you would, oh, you got it. Yeah, I'm going to see this real quick. There it is. Yeah. The robotic arms. Yeah. Somebody memed that was like, he's full on fighting Superman now. Fantastic. Machine learning, automation, robotics, and space, huh? Stands for Mars. Interesting. Oh, you got another one from The Verge? Let's see. Giant mechanical robot. Wait, is that real? Oh my god. He is Lex Luthor. Yeah. He really is Lex Luthor. Whoa. I'm telling you. Jeff Bezos is the real life Lex Luthor. Arms like that's easier to grip the pee bottle. Yep. Exactly. Oh my god. He's got a full on freaking suit. It looks kind of like the things from Avatar. Oh Jesus. Okay. All right, we got here. Back to this story. The report comes after Amazon announced in February would start using cameras equipped with artificial intelligence in its trucks to track the drivers while they work. One driver per Reuters quit over privacy concerns regarding the new cameras. Amazon told Insider in a previous statement, new cameras were part of an effort to invest in safety across our operations. The AI cameras are able to sense if a driver is speeding, yawning, or if they're not wearing their seatbelt, among other motions. Each truck system includes 4 cameras, one with a view of the road, 2 that face the side windows, and 1 that faces the driver. Yep. As a bald son in high school, yeah. Dude. Frickin' crazy. Actually, I remember back when Bezos had hair. God bless unions. These people need representation. I can just about guarantee you that's never going to happen for them. It's nuts, man. Crazy stuff. Yeah. I don't think they'll ever get one of those. Lord Bezos won't allow it. But yeah, related, they didn't say this. There's another thing going around about Amazon drivers, which maybe that's why it ties into, I guess they want them, they want to see them on camera peeing in the bottles, because they were already talking about the drivers just this week were complaining about how they're not allowed breaks and all that stuff. It's pretty nuts. What else did I hear? Where did I hear it? I'll have to look it up. There was a story just recently. Basically, Amazon was on Twitter. there were basically a bunch of shill accounts. They got caught. They actually got caught. There's this whole thing, hundreds of accounts. Hi, 15 TD with the raid. What's going on? Yeah, there he is. No worries, man. How was your stream tonight, buddy? But yeah, just recently, Amazon got in trouble. They got caught on Twitter. If you got one, I already have a Florida man story. If you want me to just go, I already got one. I'm ready. Oh, but you got one. All right. Oh yeah, Thors can ask about what we were talking about earlier tonight. I bet he knows. I almost guarantee it. Anyway, real quick though, I'll have to find the full story on it. But earlier it came out, like last week it came out that Amazon got caught on Twitter with many basically shill accounts. There's the whole paperwork is there, like what to say, the whole deal. It was pretty crazy. They're basically running damage control on some of the bad press they've been getting lately about their warehouses and how things work there, the driver complaints, all that stuff. It was nuts. But yeah, they caught him. They caught him. They got the paperwork to prove it. Like it was a whole thing. There's documents of like, here's what you can say and blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah. It's nuts. Yeah, maybe he's heard about it. Because it was something about that you couldn't even take the Thor's. You was saying that's near Tampa on the Gulf Coast. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. But yeah. I'll have to see if I can find any more info about that. That was an interesting thing that came out last week. Anyway, High 15 just in time with our Florida man story for the night. I appreciate that. Let's see what we got here from the Tampa Free Press. We have Florida man arrested after stealing an ambulance from Brooksville Hospital. Spring Hill, Florida, Hernando County Sheriff's Office is currently in the area of Port Court in Spring Hill in reference to a stolen ambulance. The ambulance, owned by Hernando County Fire and Emergency Services, was taken at 12:27 p.m. from the ambulance bay at Oak Hill Hospital in Brooksville. The ambulance crew was inside the hospital dropping off a patient when the ambulance was stolen. Deputies say the suspect, later identified as Trey Cornwell, 29, drove the ambulance to the Cass Circle area off of Port Court. Looks like he drove it up to a river or something. Cornwell got the ambulance stuck in mud and sand as it approached a nearby body of water off of Port Court. Witnesses at the scene told deputies the suspect fled toward a nearby shopping plaza. Cornwell was taken into custody a short time later near the Hernando County Sheriff's Office substation located at 1231 Cass Circle. Cornwell was charged with grand theft auto, transported to Hernando County Detention Center, being held in lieu of a $10,000 bond. Stole the ambulance right from the hospital. The crew took the patient out, and they were busy getting the patient checked into the hospital. Took the ambulance right off the old lot right there. You flew from Houston to Charlotte. Oh, nice. Don't always steal ambulances, but when I do, it's usually for a crack run. Yeah. Oh, man. Good old Florida man. Florida man going in hot. Taking the ambulance right from the hospital parking. I wonder if that was just a spur of the moment thing, or if they it seems like it was something they planned, but not very well because it's Florida Man. They planned about one step was, wait here until the ambulance comes up, we'll take it. And then they didn't really plan after that. Like that was the now what? I don't know. That was the plan. Oh man. Good job, Florida Man. Stay awesome. Or in this case, idiotic. You know what the great part about that is? Like, it's an ambulance. I don't trust Uber or Lyft, so let's take this ambulance. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to steal a vehicle, again, I don't mean to give, tips on bad behavior. So don't take it that way. But really, you probably wouldn't want to pick something that sticks out like a sore thumb. He was going fishing. Oh yeah, makes perfect sense. Yep. That's why he parked it next to the water. Yeah. Going on a little expedition. Or when someone gets arrested, somehow steals the squad car. No one will find me. Yeah. Yeah, we had a story like that just about a month ago, where the Florida Man ended up, taking the police cruiser. Like, you realize vehicles like that stick out a lot. They stick out like a sore thumb. Not going to be able, you're not going to pull that into the pray and spray or whatever they call it in the video game, and get it customized in like 5 seconds. Seemed like a good plan. Well, I mean, the first step of the plan was solid. They didn't really have a plan, I think, after that, but anyway. Good job, or shall I say bad job, Florida Man. Anyway, I think that's our stories for the night. I'm going to take a quick break, refresh the beverage, all that good stuff, and we'll get back here to Sherlock, mostly Watson at this point, trying to figure out Jack the Ripper. What you got here? All years D&D have made me better at coming up with a plan when thinking of committing a crime. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought that was the whole point to D&D. It wasn't Satan worship and any of that other crazy stuff from the 80s. It was learning how to commit crimes. Definitely what it was. Hi says, that Civ game where he wanted to nuke the world. Yes. Jennifer, good night. I will be back, and we'll finish that thought. Go ahead and type it out. Hi, I'll read it when I get back. Oh, I'll read it right this now. Won a culture victory while at war with about 4/6 of the world. So you didn't blow everybody up? Well, you were at war with most of the world. But you got a culture victory. Interesting. Okay, then. Great. They just loved your culture of genocide, I guess. Playing one more turn. Okay, got it. All right. Nice. See you guys in a moment. Oh, goodness. Alright. Let's see what I miss here. Just kind of like, well, if you like my culture that much, guess I'll absorb you into my empire. Yeah, you know. Assimilate or be destroyed. Thank you, hi. Okay, let's get back here to the game. Okay, and resume. So, I don't know if we can get a lead off of this specifically, but I know what we can do. I was just thinking about this. We can go to the cobbler, because he should have those harnesses ready.
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Destroying
Good evening,
everyone,
Doctor. What a
nuking
pleasure
every
to see you
capital,
again.
yours included. Nice.
Have you finished converting the harnesses?
Yes, just now. I got a little behind because of all the commotion.
Okay, got the harnesses.
Commotion?
What
Don't
commotion?
you start. 3 days ago, the very afternoon that you passed by, there was a chase throughout the neighborhood. Hundreds of people were chasing one man, claiming he was responsible for the murders these last few days.
Oh, jeez.
Months. It was awful. I hope those maniacs didn't catch him. Better the police should.
Tell me, did John Pizer turn himself in to the police?
Things unfolded as they should. Look in the newspaper, the Daily News from today.
Farewell, Isaac.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Okay, Daily News, Whitechapel murders. There's good reason why, without prejudice to the case of the man who is now in custody, the police acceptance of the maniacal theory should be endorsed and encouraged. There is positive danger in the growth of any other opinion at present in Whitechapel. As we have said, the mutilation of bodies, excepting in rare cases, to further the murderer's chances of safety, is foreign to the English style in crime. There is a disposition at once, therefore, to set down such atrocities to the credit of some ill-bred and ill-nourished foreigner from the lowest dens of vice in Europe. Oh boy, here we go. So in Whitechapel, there was arising a murmur of ugly foreboding for some of the foreign element there. Sure rumor of the silliest kind was beginning to take an odious precision, and there was arising in the East End more abhorrent, not even going to try to pronounce some words, than that which abroad is due to religious fanaticism. To hate the Jew for his religion, to call him misbeliever, cutthroat, dog, all these terrible things, even metaphorically is bad enough, but to call him leather apron to imply thereby his readiness to murder women and practice anatomy with his knife upon them is the refinement of cruelty. There was reason to fear till yesterday that the tendency towards thus insulting the Jews of Whitechapel was growing amid the embarrassing perplexity as to the origin of the murders. Police have discouraged this line of suspicion by acting momentarily upon it, then proving, by the release of the Jew whom they arrested, that there was not a doubt of his innocence. For the happy result, we may look lightly upon the apparently ludicrous error of this arrest. Pizer, the man arrested, was found sitting quietly at home, totally undisturbed by any panic or bloodthirsty demand for that mythical personage, Leather Apron. He is said to be a poor sickly man, whom was not possible to associate with the assassin now so eagerly wanted, and the reporters seem to have found what the police might easily also have learned, that he had not left his house since Thursday last. Pizer, however, will probably not regret his short detention if it has finally put a stop to these anti-Jewish suspicions. The inquest on the Society of Annie Chapman was opened yesterday, but without throwing any new light on the murder. As a result of the investigations of the police into the circumstances attending the murder of Annie Chapman, at Whitechapel, several men were arrested yesterday on suspicion. The arrests, which were considered to be of most importance, were those of a Polish Jew named Pizer near the scene of the crime and a man named Pigot at Gravesend. Pizer was released last evening. Pigot, being considered to be insane, is to be detained under observation. Huh. Okay. All right, now we have the whatchamacallit. Here they are. The harnesses. Let's go back to the clinic. Doctor, I have them. Oh, it was very easy to get thrown in a nut house back in the day. Now they close nut houses. Well, nut house is the word. Asylum, but that's, yeah. Now they're closed down, and people who needed help don't get it. They wander the streets, many of which are homeless.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons.
Dr. Watson.
So it's kind of gone around the other way. Let's ask about this.
Do you have
formalin.
any formalin here?
No, definitely not. They have it in university hospitals to conserve anatomical specimens in jars. But in a little clinic like mine, we don't keep anything but bad memories.
Did you keep the cane we spoke of last time?
I was going to sell it tomorrow, would you believe, having not heard word.
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
I must retrieve Sickert's cane at all costs.
Read that dialogue a second. Who knows what new words will be banished 10 years from now? I'm going to be deleting a lot of odds. Yeah, well, whatever. You know? Let's see. Going to sell it? Having not heard word. So he should have the cane over there. Okay. Wait. Did he give it to us? Maybe I gotta give him the prosthetics. Like this.
Yes, Doctor?
Resorting to grunts.
Here are your harnesses, Doctor.
They
Nice.
are top quality, I'd say. Definitely worth the price of this walking stick. Here, it's yours.
There we go. Okay.
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
All right, we got that. Got that cane. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Smack that dude laying in bed. You watching the Smurfs? Did you ever see that episode where Papa Smurfs bashed the dude in with the... Was it? Beat the shit out of someone with a crutch? He's asleep, but it's time for his meds. Yeah. I don't know if I give it to her or if I give it to
Good evening,
the artist.
Ma'am. Your door was open. Isn't that a little dangerous?
Hello, Doctor. Don't worry if the looks of anyone who enters doesn't please me. Me and my pistol know how to convince them to leave.
Let's ask some questions.
Do you happen to know Annie Chapman, the poor woman who was killed 3 days ago?
Dark Annie? Like all the drifters in the area, I've seen her once or twice. With respect to the dead, Annie really was the bottom of the barrel.
Oh,
What do you
jeez.
mean?
Well, in our profession, the pretty young ones go out when night has barely fallen and don't have a problem finding takers. But poor girls like Annie or Polly Nichols, who aren't as tender and are often sick, sometimes trudge around for a whole night in the cold and the rain before
My
landing
God.
a client. And that doesn't help their appearances either. They don't
Fitting,
have
yeah.
much choice about paying for a bed for a few hours, a glass of gin or a hot meal.
How terribly sad.
That's the price of survival in Whitechapel, my angel. One of my girls knew Annie for some time. They bought some jewellery on the black market, I think.
Jewellery? How could Annie Chapman have possibly afforded jewellery?
Luxuries for a woman are always relative to her condition, Doctor. As a matter of fact, it was real cheap junk. And he got 3 assorted brass rings, I think. It's been said I have a memory for jewellery.
How is Lucy keeping?
She's doing well, Doctor. But believe me, it won't last. Rare are the girls who can build a future in our profession.
I found the cane that was stolen from your client. Here it is.
Doctor, you are a real saint, I can see that. I'll finally be able to present my bill to this damned painter. If by chance you see him, tell him that a little surprise awaits him here.
You told me you would give me some information on this Dr. Tumblety.
Agreed. He's a Canadian or an American. He parades from time to time through the neighbourhood in a 50-guinea suit and acts like a doctor. But for business, he isn't worth it. This damn Yankee hates women. The few times that he was approached by the girls, he spit on them, all the while hurling insults. It would seem that he was hunting for the bad boys. He's looking for trouble, that animal.
Does he frequent any pub in particular?
Aye, the Wasp's Nest on Burner Street.
There we go.
A seedy spot even by our standards.
All right.
Very well, I shall let you get back to work, Ma.
See you soon, my love.
Right? Fantastic. Oh yeah, and the artist is gone. Right. Stain still on the rug. Could be a fresh stain of something else. Let's see. Off to... yeah. Off to the Wasp's Nest.
The Wasp's Nest. This pub looks even more disreputable than the Golden Lion in Baker Street.
I was going to say, are we not going in? Okay. All right. Well, let's take a look at this joint. Not a very happening place. Pretty quiet.
Greetings, my good man. Could I have a pint?
Here, Gov.
I've been told that Dr. Tumblety might be found around here. Is that so?
I don't do a roll call of all the drunkards here. I've got my hands full just making sure I get their money.
Don't people pay when they order?
Nah, look at that little scribbler there. Completely dead drunk. Tonight's tally is about as long as his arm. If he skips out, I'll be in for a guinea almost.
Great.
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi, that's it.
Good evening. Would you happen to have seen a Dr. Tumblety? A man of a certain age dressed in a flamboyant manner.
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place. Me? I'm just here to pour. I don't care who you is, I knows nothing, and I don't care neither.
Good evening, sir.
It'll be the coup of my career, Governor said. Ha! You'll make loads of doss of the paper, he said.
You're a journalist?
That's so. Tom Bulling at your service.
Tom Bulling,
The
huh?
Whitechapel ferret, the wizard with the scoop.
You don't appear to be in a state to write anything, my friend.
You're mistaken. Whiskey passes through the blood and turns into ink. Simple. You see, mugs and inkwells are all the same.
Don't you think you should settle your tab and go home?
My red ink? Where's my red ink? I won't even pay half a halfpenny if they don't return my red ink. It's my blood, you hear?
Sure, it wouldn't be known as the ferret. Yeah, no kidding.
Very well, I'll be on my way.
What about this fellow?
Good
Hey,
evening,
is that
sir.
it's the artist.
I know you. Why?
It's the artist.
At Miss Pullman's the other day. So
Yeah.
you come to slum it in Whitechapel, eh?
Do you you know Dr. Tumblety, a Canadian or American chap? Quite an extravagant dresser. Frequents this pub now and then.
Are you intimate?
No. What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I just wanted to prove my discretion concerning this man, in so much and so far as I know him. You wouldn't like it if one day the tables were turned and everyone was talking about why you were in the borough. Isn't that so?
As it happens, I saw Miss Pullman recently. She told me that she couldn't wait to see you again. She said something about a surprise that is waiting for you at her establishment.
Why, that is some of the best news I've heard, my friend.
Yeah.
As thanks, I would like to let you in on a secret. The man that you were talking about, and whom I happen to know by sight, passed by and went through that little door that you see over there. Another man let him in. They weren't together for more than a few minutes, to be sure, eh?
Well, thanks.
Well, I will continue my search.
Love.
But what is this person trying to imply? This matter is beyond me.
You don't get it, do you?
Hey,
Okay.
you can't go in there. It's private. Got it?
Uh-oh.
This is the sink where the barmaid puts the glasses to soak. Look, red ink. What's that doing here? The bottle is closed. There must still be some ink inside, and it looks like a glass. The barmaid must have put ink into the sink by mistake.
Right. Do I get in your way? Me?
If you'll excuse me, sir.
You're the best. The boss told me. My red ink. Well, where's she be?
I found your red ink, my friend. You should settle up and head home.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. The spring-heeled phantom will be revived.
He actually meant actual ink. Well, that's great, but I still can't go into that room with
Gav?
dude over here. Oh, here we go.
What's behind that locked door over there? Can I go in?
Not likely. And let me be unless you're wanting a drink. Got it?
Here you go. It's on the journalist, my friend.
I owe you one. The next one is on me. What'll it be?
Right?
Nothing, thanks. But I may need your help.
Yep. Let me in.
Listen, my friend. I would like you to let me in the door over there.
You're a bobby. A peeler?
Absolutely not, my friend. I am a doctor.
Fine. I owe you this at least.
There we go.
There's a bloke behind that door there. No pity Bluto. Let's just say he wants to lay low for a moment. So I don't think he'll be opening the door just now. Unless... Tell him you have word from Squibby. That'll open the door. But who can say what'll happen when the door closes?
Oh, boy.
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi, that's it.
Let me in. I have news from Squibby. But stay calm.
And who are you? Where's Squibby? He's out.
To be honest, I don't actually know this Squibby chap. I was actually wondering if you knew Dr. Tumblety, a Canadian or American fellow. He came in...
Sure we know him.
Excellent. Can you...
You know about gas?
I'm afraid not. I am a doctor.
Then I ain't interested. You can be leaving now. But if I find out who snitched to the peelers, I'll find you. Got it?
But I can pay you for...
Keep your coins for the paupers, or one of the gas boys who ain't afraid of nothing and knows how to hold his tongue. You bring him to me. I'll meet with you.
Great. Gas boys, huh?
Gav?
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi, that's it.
Oi, what'll it be to drink, Gav?
Okay. Time for the peeler to find a gas boy, yeah. That's what it looks like. Well, out of curiosity, what's back here? Can we interact with anything back here? No? Won't let me in those doors either. Alright. A gas boy, huh? Yeah. Where would that be? Well, let's see. Feel like maybe we could go to the boarding house and maybe find some information.
Anything else, Doctor?
Stores lead to the internet cafe, yeah.
Very well. Goodbye for now, Finley.
Goodbye, Doctor.
That's where they keep their Wi-Fi. Well, piss. Didn't they say there was something going on right here? He's talking about a gas explosion or something? Try the police station. See if there's any other news.
Yes, Doctor.
No.
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Huh. Well, we can try all the places, I suppose. See if we can figure something out. Lucy home? Nope. I don't know how they would know anything about this, but... Right? We'll go ask the madam.
You're still there, Doctor?
Apparently,
Very
no
well.
information.
I shall let you get back to work, Mark.
See you soon, my love.
Alright. That's a no-go. We'll try... Right? We'll try the clinic. Yeah, oh yeah. She keeps it right there now.
Yes, Doctor?
Damn, nothing.
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Doctor? Doctor? Goodbye, Doctor. Hello, Doctor. Not sure if the cobbler shop is going to have anything. Keeping it real, that's right. Isaac, you got any information? Nothing.
Farewell, Isaac.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Okay. Are we supposed to return back to Baker Street?
I could return to Baker Street, but I am still missing some information. And that would put Holmes in a devil of a mood.
Well, la-di-da. What about
I
Hanbury?
have no reason to go that way.
No. Okay. So whatever it is, there's something we still need to do in Whitechapel. We need to find a peeler or the gas... Peelers and the gas boys. Wherever the hell that is. Is it me or are they being just a... They could vague it up a little more. I think that would be nice if they could just vague it up a little bit more. Every capital has been nuked. Just one left. There's only one civ. Mine. Nice. A bit vague. We need it to be a bit more vague. I'd like it to be more vague, if you could. And who do we go talk to then? Don't know. Let's save. We haven't saved in a little while. Well, we've tried what we've tried. Need more vague in my diet. Yeah. No kidding. Give me a moment. Let's see what we're not noticing. As in, I'm going through a walkthrough to see if I can find any information, because this game is quite vague. Let's see. Where are we at? Gas from the building, right? Talk to the police about Tumblety. Wait a minute. Okay, let's see. Okay, wait a minute. Must have missed something. What's going on here? Talk to Isaac about the commotion. Read the daily news. Right? Get the walking stick. Oh. Gotcha. We did miss something. Oh. Hold on. We missed something that, yeah, makes sense. Makes me a vegan. Nice. All right. This one we probably could have figured out if we thought about it. We done failed. We have this pill. We don't know what this pill is. Who could we ask about a pill? The doctor at the clinic. Because Watson's a doctor and he doesn't know. So we're going to go ask another doctor. Yeah. There we go.
Yes, Doctor?
Could you tell me what type of pill this is?
That's what we missed.
We have those here. It's not really a medication. We give them to patients with chronic respiratory conditions like tuberculosis.
Did you have a patient by the name of Annie Chapman, the woman killed 3 days ago?
Indeed. She came in the morning of her death. Poor woman.
Did you give her these pills?
Yes, now that I think of it. She actually came in twice. The first time I gave her an almost empty container without making her pay. She came back during the day and said she dropped the container and stepped on the pills. She wanted to know if I could give her more again without paying. I refused. After she left, a patient who was there told me that he lives at the same place and confided that she had been lying. He saw the pills fall in the tenement's communal kitchen, but the woman immediately wrapped them up in a piece of paper.
Where did this paper come from?
According to this man, she'd found it near the chimney in the kitchen.
Anyone could have thrown that paper there. That envelope can't have anything to do with the murder.
Pardon, Doctor?
Nothing. I was just talking to myself. Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Okay.
Well, it would seem that I have all the information I need for my investigation. Anyway, this fellow Bluto at the Wasp's Nest is rather shady and doesn't look like he'll want to cooperate. I'd be better off returning to Baker Street. Holmes will certainly know what to do. And besides, I am worn out.
Okay, now we can go back to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. There we are, Holmes. I've told you in great detail everything that happened last night.
Excellent work, Watson. We shall now be prepared to answer a few questions about the horrible murder in Hanbury Street.
Do you think we are now in a position to find out the identity of the murderer of these two women?
No, I don't think so. It's outside of our scope and not our responsibility. As much as you've done for Leather Apron and the affair with the pills, our mission is to help the police by ensuring that they don't get caught up following false leads and to point them in the right direction.
He's got all of them nuked, including yours.
As you have just said, it is almost certain that the same person killed the Bucks
Proper ending
and
for ya.
Henry Street victims. The reason to assume as much are numerous, and I shan't elaborate here. What do these two victims have in common?
Sounds like they may have had the same profession.
It's true, these two women were in the same profession, but...
Indeed, Watson. These two women were both prostitutes. That is of vital importance, Watson.
My memory from your examination of the scene is rather hazy. Didn't you say something about the killer's frame of mind?
I was talking about the victim's possessions that were placed on the ground and the rings missing from Annie Chapman's fingers.
All right, the combs.
This killer is a cunning predator, comes from a rather humble background, and shows steely self-control in carrying out the murders.
Something is puzzling me, Holmes. Richardson's testimony contradicts the time of death given by Dr. Phillips, which also matches my own. 4:30 a.m.
And yes, we shall confirm that, Watson, and attempt to determine the precise time of death. In order to do that, we will need to place everyone involved on a timeline. Only after that will we be able to place the knife symbolizing our killer.
Oh boy.
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. Timeline. Okay. Determination of the exact time of Annie Chapman's murder. Do we remember all our times? What else? What is... excellent. This will let us get this figured out. All right. Estimate of the time of death according to Drs. Watson and Phillips, 4:30 a.m. All right, how do they want me to... Oh, I see. Use this document as proof. Got it. So we can assign these different documents. That's interesting. That's something new. Okay. That's cool. Do we have a time? Let's see. What time did they arrive at the crime scene? Boy, it's a lot of detail. Let's see. Four thirty. All right, let's see. Hold on a minute. Well, we have, that is literally when they arrived. Let me see. Select from the inventory dialogue in the two documents which will permit you to determine the time of Annie Chapman's death. Hanbury Street. Place the objects or the characters representing these testimonies on the timeline. Listen carefully to Holmes's instructions, which might ask you to modify them. Once all the icons are properly placed, Sherlock Holmes will ask you to place Jack the Ripper's knife at the exact time of death. Okay, and we can reset it if we have screwed this all up. Now, do we place...
We left the station at 6 o'clock, and it took us 20 minutes to arrive at Hanbury Street.
Okay. Oh, cool. Nice.
Our arrival at the scene occurred at around 6:20. Given the distance separating the two locations, we can deduce that the corpse wasn't discovered after 6 o'clock, and therefore that the murder must have been committed before.
Right. Okay, we got that. Now, here... Looks like we can assign multiple things, which is interesting. Hold on, can I... I'm not sure how that's... I guess it just... Okay, I'm not sure exactly what this little inventory slot is doing. Let me see what else we've got here. What is this? Alright, well, we're just establishing time, and I'm not sure which one of these is... Which one is which on those? Anyway. Watson and Phillips. So... Let's read.
Let's put the time of death as assessed by Dr. Phillips on the timeline. The assessment of the time of the murder given by Dr. Phillips and yourself, Watson, 4:30 a.m.
Right. Okay. Now we need testimonies and some other items. Let's go to documents, right? And we're going to look at... Where did... Here. Witness resides in Berry Testimony Kadosh. Morning of the murder, the witness got up at 5:15, went into the yard where the latrine was. Then 5:20, going back into the house, the witness heard voices from behind the fence, coming from 29. The only word understood was no, went into the building again, returned to the yard approximately 4 minutes later, whereupon he heard a noise as if something fell against the fence. Then departed for work when he passed in front of the Spitalfields Church, approximately 5:32. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if they're... Like, I guess I'm trying to understand, though, why there would only be 3 when we need more. And there's an X there, as if you can remove... What happens if we remove it, though? Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe it's just to corroborate stuff? Anyway, we've got a testimony here. Okay. There we go. This gives us some stuff. Okay. He left his place of work in the garden, goes back, he hears voices fall against his garden fence. Okay, so let's read. Can I read the document again? All right. He got up at 5:15, went into the yard. It was 5:20. Got up at 5:15, went into the yard, 5:20. Going back into the house, the witness heard voices from behind the fence. At 5:24, right, is when he would have heard the noise. They passed in front of the church. It was 5:32. Okay. So... Whoops. I want the icon. Here's a fall against his garden fence a few minutes after going back up.
Our next witness is Albert Kadosh.
Right.
Kadosh
5:24.
goes back down into his garden approximately 4 minutes after having left it, and hears the sound of an impact against the wooden fence.
Right. It's in his garden for a few minutes. When he goes back in, he hears voices. That should have been...
Let's place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline.
This should be 5:20.
Albert Kadosh goes down into his garden at approximately 5:20, and on re-entering his home, hears voices in number 29's garden.
Right. And then left for
Let's
work.
place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline.
I believe 5:32 would be...
Kadosh leaves the garden, enters his house, then leaves for work, seeing the clock on the Spitalfields Church showing 5:32.
Okay. So we got that stuff figured out. E. Long's testimony, witness left her domicile at 5 a.m. to get to the market. She's passing down Hanbury Street at 5:30. Right. Okay. She left at 5:20, or sorry, at 5. Passed down Hanbury Street at about 5:30. Man and woman talking. About 5:30.
Now, for the most important part, the testimony of Miss Long. She claims to have seen a woman speaking to a man near 29 Hanbury Street sometime around... What time, Watson? Let us assume, therefore, that Miss Long's testimony is, as is most certainly the case, true. She places her meeting with the victim at around 5:30, claiming to have heard a clock chime on the half hour at the moment when she enters the street.
Okay. Let's see if there's anything else here we've got. That doesn't give us anything about the time there. Old police reports. I don't think it's going to do much for us. But it's weird that we have them. She might be lying, yeah. Well, that's Polly, not Annie. Not really anything spectacular there. And this happened first, so... That's Polly. Alright, so nothing left in our documents, I believe. Doesn't seem like there's anything left in those. So let's look at our... Do we have anything in our items? Nothing. Alright. Doubt there's anything in there. They didn't talk about anything. Let's see. Oh, yeah, definitely. Contradiction. Think it was the gas boy with the cane in the cobbler's wine cellar. Got it. Yes. Colonel Mustard in the kitchen with the knife. Just a guess. We should have some other testimonies here. Hold on now. All right, Richardson. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we already used this. All right, we're running out of stuff here. What other things have I don't think the artist has got anything important to say. Let's check notes. I don't know if we can use notes. We have no items. We have no items. I don't think the notes can be used. So it's down to documents and dialogues. And this stuff happened before. What are we missing? There's two other pieces of information that we're missing here. I'm not sure. I may have to check the walkthrough because I'm not seeing what it is we're supposed to be. It's got to be something in here that we haven't used yet. Yeah, I don't know. We already used this one, I thought. Yeah, that doesn't establish anything different. All right, I'm going to go look it up cuz I'm not sure which ones we're missing. Give me just a second cuz I'm sure we've got most of it here. Let's see. Let's see. There, Holmes compares the two murders. Okay, right. Testimony of E. Long. Yep. Testimony of A. Kadash. Right. Select the dialogues at the police station. Richard's testimony. 3 papers. See 3 papers at top of left page. Okay, hold on now. Testimony of E. Long, testimony of A. Kadash, dialogues at the police station, Richard's testimony. I thought that's what we were using. Hold on. Dear Slayer Cap. All right. Richard's testimony. There we go. All right. He says the morning that it happened. Okay. The old mom lives at the house where the body was found out back in the garden. She has her shop at the bottom right of the stairs. Her door was broken down not too far back. The morning it happened, I head that way to see if my old mom's finally had the place broken in. 4:45. Okay. 4:45 when he got there. Little sit down on the stairs. Five minutes after getting there, I had to clip off. So 4:45. Okay. Richardson's arrives.
Now, let's put the Richardsons' arrival and departure times on the timeline.
4:45. And then 5 minutes later.
Now, let's put the Richardsons' arrival and departure times on the timeline. Despite the great respect I have for Dr. Phillips and the value I place on our friendship, my deepest conviction is that both of you are mistaken, and that Richardson is in the right, and that these two testimonies put down in writing have real worth.
But how? Explain yourself, Holmes.
Remember how you assessed the time of death? You touched the fingers and body of the victim, but it was remarkably cold for this time of year. In addition, the corpse had been drained of bodily fluids. Its heat retention was therefore no longer the same as that of an intact corpse.
Egad! You're right, Holmes.
Oh, I've had some time to research, Watson.
Given these facts, my first diagnosis may have been off by half an hour, perhaps even an hour.
Thus, we can confirm Richardson's statement and establish that the murder was committed after 4:50 a.m. and not before 4:30 a.m.
Right.
Excellent, Watson. All our people are now in place.
Yes, but Holmes, Miss Long claims to have seen the victim at around 5:30. But according to Kadosh, someone, most certainly the victim and her murderer, was already in the garden at 5:30.
Excellent observation, Watson. It must be noted, however, that these two witnesses, Long and Kadosh, saw the time shown on the clocks in the area, which are often inaccurate and went by their empirical and, in this case, erroneous estimate of how much time had passed. Thus, neither of these two times can be considered reliable.
Do you mean to say that these two testimonies might match?
Indeed. Let's put Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30.
Miss Long's meeting? Is that what he said?
Let's add Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30 a.m. Mr. Kadosh claims to have passed by the Spitalfields Church at 5:32, which, given the distance from 27 Hanbury Street, would mean he was still at home at 5:31. Let's therefore put the end of his testimony at 5:31. Miss Long heard the man say to the victim, "Will you?" to which the victim responded, "Yes," which would suggest that an agreement was reached and that the transaction was imminent. They then proceeded to enter the garden, which puts the voices heard by Kadosh at 5:29.
Not a lot of room here. Let's put him up here.
We had thought that Kadosh had left 27 Hanbury Street at 5:31 after having heard an impact against the fence. Thus, 2 minutes passed between the moment when Kadosh entered the house after having been in the garden the first time and the moment when he returns to go out again and leave for work. How long did he estimate this interval to be? 3 to 4 minutes. In light of all this, Watson, we can finally establish the time of Chapman's murder. Now, place the knife at the exact time.
Sounds like 5:30 to me.
Now then, taking into account that the local clock isn't exact and that a young man was off by a minute or two in his estimations of his comings and goings, we can confirm Miss Long's testimony and place the time of the crime at approximately 5:30.
But in that case, Holmes, the man that Miss Long saw, is none other than...
That's right, Watson. It was the Whitechapel killer.
To think that Miss Long and Kadosh were only a few feet away from him.
Indeed, Watson. Had Miss Long passed just a little closer to the victim and her assassin, or had the young Kadosh popped his head over the fence out of curiosity, the killer would most certainly already be behind bars.
That's some stroke of luck he had there.
I couldn't agree more, Watson. But his luck didn't end there, given the mutilations inflicted upon this poor woman. What must be considered above all is the killer's obvious wish to remove one and only one specific organ. His surgery pinpointed the exact spot, avoiding superfluous incisions. This suggests the man possesses at least a minimal anatomical knowledge.
Are you suggesting a doctor or a butcher?
Perhaps, but the possibilities are still too broad to conclude with any certainty. Now for the motive. Despite my almost complete lack of practical experience on the subject, I have a rather precise idea of the usefulness of a uterus and a vagina. Nonetheless, once they are separated from their usual envelope, I am more circumspect as to the uses one can make of them. What do you think, Watson?
That's a good question, I guess.
We need a board, Watson.
Oh boy. Is this board the board we're using, or a different board?
There is nothing more to do here.
Okay. We need another board to figure out what to do with an out-of-body uterus, huh? What the hell? Where do we find these boards? Watson, we need some boards.
What are we doing, Holmes?
We need a board, Watson.
Do we got any boards? Oh, here's a board. Okay. Possible motives. Here we go. Purposes of study, black magic, cannibalism, trophy, or money. Alright. We got medical university environment. Students easily have access to a number of specimens. So that sounds like that's perfect for...
Perhaps it was intended as a study specimen.
I have little faith in that theory. Hardly
sole purpose. It was the cobbler. Got him. You got him. The sole purpose. No indication would suggest any type of ritual. That's black magic.
Black magic?
Watson, this line of investigation is far too vague. We don't have a single clue in support of such a motive. We can eliminate this hypothesis.
Right? Dementia could push men to commit incredibly vile acts. Probably cannibalism. For this motive, it would have been easy to quickly remove something from the Bucks Row victim, Polly. Trophy. Probably trophy. And supply trafficking would be money. Pretty sure they're just in order.
Holmes, what if it was cannibalism?
Even if the idea is unbearable, we can't ignore it as a possibility.
A desire for some sort of morbid trophy.
I'd be inclined to dismiss this motive. If this were the case, why would nothing have been removed from the Bucks Row victim?
Right.
Money, quite simply.
Even if this motive seems incongruous, we're in no position to deny or affirm it until we know whether a market for human organs exists.
Okay, so which ones are probable or possible here? I think that would be one. This one would be one.
What emerges from these possible motives for having removed the uterus from the second victim is that they implied that the killer could have carried out the same thing on the Bucks Row victim,
yet did not. Yeah.
This brings us to a terrible conclusion. Our killer has evolved in the space of only a few days, and if that's the case, had he already struck before the first murder to which we attribute him? And if the killer strikes again, what atrocity awaits his next victim?
We have to stop him, Holmes.
We shall do our best. This recent business of jars filled with formalin and of the American doctor might be a lead. Watson, inquire among medical circles to ascertain if there is a black market for human organs.
Talking to the
chances
doctor.
are slim, but this must be pursued.
Very well. What about you, Holmes?
I will send word to Inspector Appeline regarding our recent conclusions. I should also like to become a gas man and pay a visit to Bluto at the Wasp's Nest.
Aha.
Understood, Holmes. I think one of my old university colleagues who works at the London hospital will be able to help me. I shall write him a note at once. He should be able to see me during the day. Afterwards, shall we meet here?
Yes, Watson. See you later, and good luck.
Okay.
I must get to the London hospital, where my old university colleague works.
The London hospital?
To the London hospital, quick. My colleague agreed to meet me here in one of the London hospital rooms reserved for students.
Ah, John, you're there already. Punctual as always. Tell me, you don't seem to be in good shape. Is it possible that your recent marriage is making you this morose?
Ah, you know me well, Andrew. No, it's a strange and terrible affair that concerns me. Have you read my note?
Yes, I admit that I was surprised. It just so happens that I, too, was asking questions about our morgue.
What do you think? Have you heard of any organ trafficking within?
No, John. No doubt there exists some exchange between colleagues. Not quite legal, of course, but nothing that can qualify as trafficking. Since the Anatomy Act of 1832, which permitted the use of unclaimed corpses for science, the black market trade was definitely halted. There are sufficient subjects available for all practitioners and students. Of this I can confirm.
Well, organ trafficking as a lucrative trade is out of the question. Then what is troubling you with the morgue?
You are talking about trafficking organs, but I suspect there is trade in whole bodies.
What do you mean to say? Whole bodies are disappearing?
Well, it's confidential, but I know of your discretion and your friendship with the famous Sherlock Holmes. I can tell you that a few corpses have recently disappeared from the hospital morgue.
Right.
Cadavers that were intended for dissection. That is to say, not claimed. Poor, unknown people. If a single corpse had disappeared, it might have been a bad joke. There are many students who pass through here. It's even a meeting spot. For the majority, they are here to work. A few come here in secret to practice. It also happens that instruments or organs go missing. Nothing alarming, but so many corpses. It's very troubling.
Well, damn.
But the hospital doctors aren't doing anything?
No. That is to say, they would prefer not to call the police at this point.
Okay.
An investigation would no doubt result in the suspension of authorizations for the use of unclaimed corpses. Do you think that you could intercede on our behalf with Sherlock Holmes to clear up this situation?
Which corpses are missing?
I don't know exactly, but I can make an exact list if you would like to wait here for a few minutes. Feel free to look around the room while you wait. It'll bring back memories.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. Let's look around the old room while he gets this list sorted out. Ooh, a whole bunch of stuff here.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments. This surgical instrument resembles a screwdriver. How amusing. It might come in handy. I will return it later.
Thieving already.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments. This rag is full of grease. It certainly wasn't used for a dissection. Was someone doing some mechanical work here? this wheel won't roll despite all of the added grease. Curious, as Holmes would say. These wheeled trolleys are very handy for laying out surgical instruments.
Got some fetuses and brains and stuff in jars.
The last lesson must have been about the human heart. And for a class of beginners, I expect, as this diagram is rather rudimentary.
Their own little mini Mutter Museum over here.
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring, it hasn't been there long. And it looks like the drawing on the board. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
What? Cool but disturbing place, yeah. Okay. Let's get back to that in a moment. Why is he opening the heart jar? Should we be concerned that he wants to open the frickin' heart jar?
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments. An encyclopedia of anatomy. A page on the human heart is dog-eared. Let's see.
All right. So we've got the different things. There's so many here. I'm not going to read them all. I'm not going to read any of them. You can see them. I really don't want to have to pronounce stuff this late. Not surgical terms. Goodness sakes. All right, well, I'm sure that's to help us figure out the heart jar. Is there anything else?
I have no reason to go here.
Okay. I think that's everything. Time to figure out the heart jar.
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring,
Kalima!
Long, and it looks like the drawing on the board.
Fantastic.
This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
Oh, man. All right. So what are we supposed to do about this? Obviously, I think, okay, so what it looks like we're going to do is probably figure out the blood flow and then dialogue it according to this. Can we? There we go. What's this? What's the other piece? I feel like we're missing another thing. What? Wait. The screwdriver? Probably. No, it doesn't look like the screwdriver is usable for this. All right, maybe lay it out. Let's use it on the cart.
These wheeled trolleys are very handy for laying out surgical instruments.
Apparently not.
A message.
Oh, hello.
Why the devil was it hidden here?
Oh, there we go. Ethan Levy, 7 years, son of Sarah and Jacob Levy. It's from the Royal London Hospital. Hospitalized May 18th. It's like syphilis, treated with mercury and penicillin. Grave condition, advanced stages. Possibly an imminent subject. Watch carefully. Okay. The magnet is in the heart. Use this board and erase it afterwards. There we go.
An old prescription. Poor child. So young, yet terminally ill. Strange, someone scrawled something. Part of it is in Latin. These are instructions, it would seem.
Okay.
There is a heart in this jar. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
What a strange jar. Where'd our item go? There it is. Okay. Vena Cava Superior. Right here. It's 1, so I guess we go 1 to the left. Probably left, right, left, right. That's a guess. I'm not sure if it means to move 1 or to go to 1. Probably go to 1. It says there's 2 combination locks. Maybe it means... I'm not sure if they mean blue, red, or if they mean blue and then blue. Yeah. Right? Let's see if we do it this way.
Look, there was a bit of paper stuck between the 2 lids.
A 6. What does that have to do? Okay. Atrium Sinistrum, which is... There is 8. Truncus Pulmonus, which is this one, which is 2. So... 8. And then...
Incredible.
2.
Someone has hidden a magnet in this heart. But to what end?
Okay. A magnet. Whoa. What's going on here?
Nothing of interest here.
You say?
Nothing of interest here.
Number 6.
Incredible. There is a magnet with a hook behind this pane of glass. I am in need of something.
Alright, we can't really see this. It's like the texture is broke or something. Okay, now we're going to do some kind of a puzzle. It's like playing a game of Operation. Don't touch the sides.
There, all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
And we have a hook.
A hole. I can make out something inside, but how to get it out? I will need a hook. I found it. A coded message. I do believe I will need Holmes.
Russian microfilm, yeah.
Here is the list, John. The missing corpses are those of a woman, 40 years old, beginning of August, another, 55 years old, 2 weeks ago, and recently, a young woman. These corpses had nothing in common except that they didn't have any apparent lesions.
All of this is very troubling. Well, I think that I have all of the information possible, and I promise that I will do what I can to clear up this business. I must leave you, my friend, and...
In the name of our friendship,
Please, don't go so stare.
To be sure. Thanks again, Andrew.
It is I who must thank you, John. Don't forget to keep me up to date and say hello to your charming wife for me.
Count on me, Andrew.
I must go to the Wasp's Nest to find this rogue that Watson dubbed Bluto. He may be able to provide information on Dr. Tumblety. This lead, although tenuous, is well worth following. I must return to Whitechapel, but it would be better if I did so incognito.
Okay. Be curious to sit. Who sits at those desks? Yeah. Though maybe they hid something in the desks and they don't normally sit there. But still, it's somebody who has access to the place. Alright, which room, one of these rooms. Which room is ours? We get the wardrobe with the disguise. Must be, maybe it's the other one. Probably the other one. This is probably Watson's. Oh, never mind.
This should do the trick.
Got it. Alright, we are officially a gas boy. I think we have everything. Let's see if we got... shouldn't have anything. Oh, we have our pocket knife on us for some reason. Okay. Useful, I suppose. Anything else here we need to explore? I think we're good. No new mail, I noticed. Yeah, we should be ready to go. Dress up as an orc. No one will suspect that. Make sure to eat your lima beans. Yeah. Alright, let's do this. Let's head on over. We need to go to the Wasp's Nest.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Already there, buddy. See if they have anything to say before we go in.
Drink, Gav.
We're good, thanks. Aw, come on. I want to talk to you.
What'll it be?
I have nothing to ask.
You don't want to get nosy?
There's something here.
Oh. Is there now?
There's something here. I need something.
How about a pocket knife? Just tear up the floorboards in front of the bartender. It'll be fine.
There's something here. I need something.
Wait, the pocket knife doesn't work?
There's something here. I need something.
Okay. Oh.
Old tongue.
We're going to use the tong instead.
There's something here. I see a jewel. It's fallen between the floorboards.
A jewel fallen between the floorboards? Alright, what is this puzzle? Oh, we're sorting. We're going to move things around. That's it. Okay. I think I need to get this out. Oh, it's one of these deals. Okay. So, we got to clear the way to get this over. No. Down here. Can I not move you? Interesting. What if I do this? No? This is apparently... could be worse. Could be cleaning chimneys. Yeah. Okay. Why can I not move? Because that one only goes up and down, I guess? Apparently. So let's move... no, let's move you back here. Now that's not going to do quite right. Let's see. This one only... okay. You there, but then I don't have room for these. Yep, it sure does. We got to figure out what we need to move where. Okay, that gets that. Can we move that over? No. Okay, let's see. So I'm thinking we've got to get this stuff moved out of the way so I can move you. I need to move the spoon. Crap. Okay, hold on here. That's one of these. Okay, there we go. We're making a little progress now, I think. Let's see. You can go all the way down there. That doesn't help. I think I need to get this all the way down here. What else? Actually, hold on. You up here. Is there a way I can get... No, that doesn't go down there. This has got to go down there, then. Maybe this goes farther back. I gotta get this piece out somehow. Let's see. Oh, these puzzles are always fun. Yeah, this piece has got to come out. Okay. So maybe we got to shift a bunch of other stuff around here first. Because that won't... These only slide one way. They can't go left or right. Those can only go up and down. I don't know what the deal with that is, but those are broken. We got to get... That doesn't slide that way. That's going to be a toughie. We got to get this piece out. Okay. Let's move this up here. That over. I'm going to move that one. Not sure exactly where that piece goes. I think I need this up here. Crap, that's going to be a problem. I think that's used later. That'd be a good time for that to be down there. Okay, I see where things have to go. I just got to figure out how to get them there. What else? What else? This needs... So this has to go down there. That probably needs to come up. This needs to go... Well, that... This still needs to come out. That's really what I need to do, is find a way to get that piece out. And that goes sideways like that. So I need to move... I need to move this spoon. Crap, okay. These puzzles are always a pain in the butt. Let's move this back a minute. These are always a pain. Top spoon, left comb. Oh, man. Yeah, I know where it has to go. It's just what order to get them. That's the problem with this mess. What if we can put that... Does that help me at all? Because I can't move these any other directions. Let's see. If I can... I think I need this. I feel like I need this to be up here, but maybe not. Maybe I just need... spoon there. I can eventually get that up to there. Yeah, these are a pain. Okay. What if we move this out? Move this down, move this back. Don't know how that helps me at the moment, but... Move these back, move this up. Still need to move that over. Almost got it, kinda. Does it help if that one was moved? That's the one I need moved right now. I need this. Yeah, it's probably a good spot after we... No, you go down there. You go over here. Almost got it. This has got to come up. That goes over. Is that good enough? I need... That needs to go up farther. You back. You up here. Okay. You're kind of where I need you to be. You down there. So far, so good. This spoon is in the way. You can go down there. You. Okay. You here. You there, you there, you there, you here.
A Hebrew inscription. Going by the length of the chain, it must belong to a child.
Okay. Unusual, but yeah, sure. I think we can probably come in here. And we have a little time.
Hello there. You looking for a gas man?
You really a gasser? You sure it isn't a bobby?
Well, if you don't need me, I'll be on my way then. I've already been paid up.
Stay. Who paid you?
A doctor, Marston, I think he was. He told me you'd talk to me about a foreigner, name of Tumblety, if I did you a favour.
Right, mate. Might happen.
What is it you need me to do then?
Listen to me. At the end of Whitechapel, there's an abandoned dump of a house. Opposite Finley's boarding house.
Okay.
Upstairs in the mess where the gas pipes are, you'll find a sack with something heavy inside. If you look in, you'll regret it here. You find it, you bring it here, and you don't tell a soul, right?
Got it. And then you'll tell me about this Tumblety so that I can report back to the doc?
Yeah, doctors know people. And since you is here, it's because he'll move mountains for his American. Me, I don't know much. But you can tell him that he'll have to talk to Squibby. He seems to know lots about plenty. When you come back with a sack, I'll tell you what he needs to tell Squibby so that he snitches on the yank to him. Believe me, mate, it's as explosive as 10 miles worth of gas in your damn pipes.
Huh.
Right then, I'm off.
Okay.
Give me some air.
All right.
I'd arranged for the police to come down here and arrest this thug, but he seems pretty tough and would probably be a lot less cooperative than if I play along. It's best I handle this myself, including meeting the mysterious Squibby.
All right. I think we got another moment or two. Let's go see where this is. You got to go to the boarding house. Here. And go across from the boarding house. Is this it? No, but it's nearby. Let's read the dialogue again, just to be sure. At the end of Whitechapel, there's an abandoned dump of a house. Opposite Finley's boarding house. Upstairs in the mess where the gas pipes are. Okay. Well, there's the boarding house.
It's the abandoned house that Bluto pointed out to me.
Oh, here we go.
He must have set up his hideout there. There's a strange smell coming from this old building.
So literally up there.
This window appears to be the only way out. Good day, Finley.
Good day, sir. Have we met before?
It's me, Sherlock Holmes, but I don't want it to be known that I'm here. Can I count on you?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. I shall be as silent as the grave.
Your tenant, Dr. Tumblety, is he here?
I don't think so. I'll go and find out.
It would seem you've been having some gas problems.
Don't talk to me about it. The problem is from the abandoned house not far from here, but nobody has come to take care of it.
Perhaps I could go and take a look. Do you have a ladder?
No, but I think in the pile of wood under the stairs there is one in pieces. And if you also need something from the scrap heap, some old tools or who knows what, feel free to take it, Mr. Holmes. But leave the dishes in good condition.
Okay.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Water.
Just want you guys to know we're right here.
Water.
Water.
Finley's ladder is smashed to pieces, but all the parts appear to be here. This must be a piece of the ladder. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. This must be a piece of the ladder. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. A heap of rusted iron crockery. Part of a perfume atomizer.
That's where I keep dishes too. Yep, in the trash heap under the stairs. Yeah. Exactly.
This must be a piece of the ladder. Some old nails. They may come in handy.
Excellent.
This must be a piece of the ladder.
Right next to my barrel of water. Yeah. Well, you got to clean them somehow. Use the water barrel. Oh, some more junk. Can I get under here to get them? Maybe I got to go around this way to get them. There we go.
This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. A broken hammer. I will have to find a handle.
Do like a clean dish, that's right.
Part of a perfume atomizer.
Okay. I think that's everything. We're going to need to find a handle for the hammer, huh? Well, let's see what we've got. A collection of things. A little stick. That might work. Beautiful. Maybe we put these together. Looks good. Need the barrel to muffle the explosion, yeah. Alright. Let's see. Small planks. Let's see if we can combine. There we go. We have made a ladder. I assume we'll be using these later. Put those together. Okay. Let's try that ladder.
I hope this ladder will support my weight.
One hell of a bag. Dude, we had in the last game, we had an anvil in our bag. It was fantastic. Oh man, we talked about that one for a while. They had the anvil, which was... It changed size. When we first saw it, it was a full-size anvil. Like bigger than a bread box, right? Like an anvil. We put it in our bag, walked around no problem. Nobody, we could run, whole deal. When we needed to use it later, it was a little tiny anvil maybe if you put both your fists together. About that size. So it changed size. We picked up a big one, and apparently, you know, it eroded or something by the time we needed to use it later. And it was tiny. It was amazing. Anyway, I think we're not going to use the ladder tonight. I think we are going to save here. There we go. Yeah. I figure it was in our pocket with all the other stuff, and it just got, you know, eroded. That's probably what happened. All right. Indeed. Thank you. Yeah. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, because that's it for tonight. We'll pick this up next week. We'll climb the ladder and see what's in there. Find out what's in the bag. And all that good stuff. We'll meet Squibby. That should be interesting. But for now, we're going to have to leave it. We'll be back tomorrow night with Shadowrun Returns. Or no, Shadowrun Dragonfall. We're already done with Returns. Shadowrun Dragonfall. I don't think we're going to host anybody tonight. We're just going to go ahead and call it. So, real quick, thank everybody for tuning in. Thanks for the hosts and the raids and all that good stuff. Anything else? If you liked Brassel, thank you so much. And if there's anybody new here, they haven't already, make sure to hit the follow button or subscribe if you're on YouTube or whatever, so you know when I'm going live. Show up Friday for free games if you like that. Right? I keep saying Shadowrun Returns, but it's Dragonfall. Yes, Dragonfall. Anyway, what else? Tomorrow night, like I said, Shadowrun Dragonfall. If you like free games, tune in on Fridays. If you really like free games, join me over on Discord or follow me on Twitter. I post free games all the time. And there's ways to support the stream. You can always look into it. I do perler art. I got an Etsy shop for that. I've got a Redbubble shop with all kinds of cool stuff in there, man. All kinds of things. I'm going to add some more stuff, more designs to that. But you can get everything from buttons to bed sheets, T-shirts, you name it. Can't wait for the new Humble Bundle. What's with the new Humble Bundle? Let me know. What is it? What's the new Humble Bundle thing? Do you know what it is already? I assume you're hyped for it. Oh, it's a surprise. Okay. You don't know yet. All right. Good deal. Well, let me know tomorrow. Yeah. All right. We'll see everybody then. Y'all have a good one. I'm not going to host anybody. We're just going to call it. So have a good one, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.